Good afternoon and welcome. We got an echo here. Let's make sure everyone is muted. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon and welcome everybody. It is Tuesday, November 9th, 4:03 p.m. Apologize for the late start this afternoon. So we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Want to welcome all of my board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, our staff, and any guests that are present with us this afternoon. Also, just thank you to our communications and our IT department for helping us to get started a little early this afternoon for our meeting. So we'll get started with our meeting. As we do at every board meeting, we will read our board norms and protocols, and as a board, we agree to respect the differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Thank you. With that, Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, present.
Thank you. I would actually now make a motion to amend tonight's agenda for a few reasons. One, to include the updated HR addendum, for one. The second, to add an executive session to protect the privacy issues of students under coma. Third, to add the ratified negotiated agreement as an item under board updates and approval. And then last, I would like to table item under agenda item 10B, the school committee, if we could table that for a later meeting. So those are the four amendments to today's agenda. So I make that motion.
Move to approve of the amended agenda.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Not Ms. Downing. Roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie Humphreys, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started. The first item on our agenda is a recognition that we get to celebrate this afternoon. So I will hand it off to Dr. Stubblefield.
Actually, this afternoon, we were originally planning to recognize a young entrepreneur, Nelson. He's not with us here tonight, Nelson McConnell. So we will add him to an agenda to recognize him at a future board meeting. He was recognized by the state of Kansas as the Young Entrepreneur of the Year. So congratulations, and we'll recognize him in person at a future meeting.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, and congratulations to Nelson and his family. We look forward to meeting you in person and to celebrate you here at a board meeting. There are no community comments scheduled for this afternoon, but I'll remind folks, if you are interested, all are welcome to give a community comment. Please just contact the board clerk if you would like to submit a comment. You should do so before the Monday, before the next scheduled board meeting, to make sure that we get you on the agenda. And you can make your comments in person or via Zoom. Please contact our board clerk. And next on our agenda, we will hear from our superintendent, Dr. Stubblefield.
Thank you. I have a few comments and information to share. First, I would like to start off by saying that the incident that occurred at Slagle High School today involving 3 students was unfortunate. Our teachers and staff strive to improve student performance by maintaining a positive learning atmosphere and experience for all of our students. This kind of behavior will not be tolerated in our schools or on our school campuses. The district's crisis response team was activated and is available for students and staff who need to talk about today's incident. We're asking for parent and community support in our efforts to provide a safe learning environment for our students. Students who engage in any conduct that endangers the safety, health, or welfare of others will be subject to disciplinary action in accordance with the district's code of conduct. Your help, cooperation, and support of KCKPS in these matters of discipline will be greatly appreciated. The district's police department is working in collaboration with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department to investigate today's incident. The Kansas City, Kansas Schools Foundations for Excellence is celebrating the selection of this year's 2021's Reasons to Believe alumni honorees. This year, our Reasons to Believe celebration will be held virtually on November 11th, 2001 at 5:00 p.m. The link to virtually log in is available on the Foundation's website. All Board of Education members are invited to celebrate the honorees in person on the first floor Central Office at 5 p.m. on Thursday. Take a moment to look to see who the 2021 honorees are by going to the Foundation's website. And on behalf of the Foundation and myself, we would like to say congratulations to all of the 2021 honorees. Next week is American Education Week from November 15th to November 19th. This is an opportunity to celebrate public education and honor the individuals working to ensure that our students have a quality education every day. So we want to take a few moments to thank all of our educators who are part of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. I've wrapped up 6 sessions of my listening and learning tour. It was a pleasure to be a part of the worship services at the International Pentecostal African Church on last Sunday. I want to thank Justin Mugasha for connecting me with our African parents and families. Also, Sako for connecting with our Burmese and Karen-speaking families. And of course, Jackie Rodriguez and the entire ESL team for providing translation support during the entire listening and learning sessions. I will be sharing the feedback from the sessions soon once we gather and disaggregate all of the information. We would like to honor the following attendance award winners for the month of October. Gabriella Gill from Eugene Ware, Ileana Castro Flores from Banneker, Elizabeth Wrinkles from Gloria Willis Middle School, Daniel Reese from Sumner High School, Cheyenne Rivera Rodriguez from J.C. Harmon, Gato Nyigabai from New Chelsea, Brennan Arnett from J.F. Kennedy, and Eflistan Ogumano from Eisenhower Middle School. Each student received an official Sporting KC jersey, and good luck to all the students who may be the winner next month. We also want to congratulate last month's Building of the Month. This top honor goes to our custodians that are working hard to not only keep the building safe but beautiful. October winners are T.A. Edison and Central Middle School. Each of the buildings now have a traveling banner showing off their accomplishment. Next month, we will share who receives the top honors. And this is just a reminder that KCKPS and the Unified Government of Wyandotte County Public Health Department is planning another COVID-19 vaccination event on Monday, November 22nd at Carl B. Bruce Middle School. All the information about the start time for the event, I believe, is at 4 o'clock, but please check our website or our social media for specific details around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few other announcements from my end. I do just want to congratulate all of those that ran for office during this election season, everyone who put yourselves out there to run. It's amazing, and I continue to be impressed by the folks that put yourselves out there in that position, and we need to continue to push that. Thank you to all those that came out to vote. We need to continue to engage in the civic process, and so it's important for our community and for our future. So thank you to everybody who ran for office. Regardless of the outcome, you should be proud and be excited for our community. And I do just want to congratulate both Ms. Wanda Page and Ms. Maxine Drew for your reelection to the school board. We look forward to your continued service on our board, and congratulations to Ms. Rachel Henderson, who was also elected to our school board and will begin in January. So excited. We've got a lot of work to do, but we've got a great team to get it done. So thank you for your passion and your commitment to our community and to our students. I also did just want to give a shout out to Brad Isnard as well, who was elected to the KCK Community College Board of Trustees, so one of our very own. Congratulations, Brad. Thank you to all of our board members and staff who attended this past weekend's KASB convention, which was here at the Overland Park Convention Center. It was a great weekend of learning and of getting to network with our colleagues and to continue to grow as professionals in this in education in our community. So thank you to all who attended. It was a great session, lots of great sessions and great opportunities to learn for all of us. A couple of upcoming opportunities that I just want to share with our board in case you are interested, and staff. The Alive and Thrive of Wyandotte County is hosting their virtual conference this Friday at 9 a.m. If anyone is interested in participating in that virtual conference, it is around building a resilient and trauma-sensitive Wyandotte County, and so that's at 9 a.m. this Friday. I'll send the information to Ms. Dawn Downing if you are interested, and I'll also send it all to you all board members so you can register for that free conference. Another upcoming free event, next Wednesday, November 17th, there is a Facebook Live and YouTube Live event which is being produced by the Kansas Leadership Journal to accompany their recently published article on Latinos in education and teaching. So if you're interested in watching that panel and that workshop, I will send that information to all of the board for you to be able to register and watch the event. On another upcoming event, just want to share with you, on November 19th, the Kansas City, Kansas Chamber of Commerce is hosting their 2021 annual celebration and awards event, and that is from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Memorial Hall. Board members and staff, if you are interested in attending, I will make sure that Ms. Downing has the information and she can register you for the event, or you can register yourself as well, as we are members of the chamber, so that is an event that we could attend if you were interested. Board, please don't forget our upcoming special board meeting, which will be in person on November 30th at 3 p.m. here in the boardroom. So just want to make sure that that's on everyone's calendar. And lastly, I'll just echo Dr. Stubblefield's comments about our incident this morning. And as all of our board members have stated several times, as a community, we need to come together to love on our students and remind them that they are cared for, and work to make sure that we provide a safe learning environment for all. So I just want to continue to ask for our district, our community partners, our families to come together and to find healing and to continue to support all of our students. So that is all I had, and are there any comments from other board members?
I'll make a comment.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. And the reason I will not be at the November 30th meeting is that the chair lady of the K-12 Budget Committee convinced the Legislative Coordinating Committee to have a special two-day meeting, 30th and the 1st, and the agenda is not out, but one can imagine. She has made references to critical race theory as contributing to children's suicide, to achievement, and when we met with the State Board of Education, so it will be revealing as far as what her intentions will be for the upcoming session. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen, for your continued advocacy for our community. Ms. Page, did you have your hand up? No?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Drew?
I'd just like to thank the voters of Wyandotte County for electing me for another 4 years to serve on the school board. And it is my desire to listen and learn so that I can do the best that I can in making decisions toward moving us in the right direction. I did have an opportunity to attend Silver City Elementary School, And I was offered an opportunity to receive a book that was titled Power of a Positive Team by Ms. Bowles, who is the principal there. And the book is written by John Gordon, and I've started reading, and it's very effective, helping me to learn about how to focus on being very positive as a team working together. I did go to the convention, was there all day Saturday from about 8 o'clock in the morning till almost 8:30 at night, and I really did enjoy listening and learning from other people who were representatives from other school districts. And then I had an opportunity on Sunday to sit down as the representative from our school district to meet with the legislative committee meeting through KASB for us to be able to look at and draft the federal issues resolutions for 2022. And it was very informative. And to the other board members, you will be getting that information repetitively so that you'll understand what we're going to be doing, and to help us to be able to get feedback so that we can make sure that we can address some controversial issues that is going on within our district. But again, I was very impressed with knowing that Jad Kay was there, represented from our school district, to be able to be there at the KASB convention. And so I'm just very looking forward to being able to do even more so as I continue on being a board member. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Drew.
Oh, Mr. Lopez, I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Page, thank you.
I too went to the convention for 2 days, and on Sunday, I thought the speaker was phenomenal. I wish more people could have heard him, and he said a few things about how we as educators and people who support education, we gotta fall in love with our students. Because if we love them, then we're gonna do everything we can to help them. And he talked about consistency, because most of our kids, I think most of us can say that we saw that. My parents still have the same address, same phone number, and that means a lot. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person if you don't have it, but our kids need that consistency. They need to know that hopefully our teachers, when they sign up, they'll be here. And I think back when he said, remember, they would ask, are you coming back? And they need us, we need them, and we got to make it work. But he did a phenomenal job. And the other young man, Friday, was good, but my only thing was, we heard him last year, and he was good, but I just thought more people should have heard what we heard Sunday. And they really did a great job, and it was a good experience. So I thank the board for allowing us to go, and I too want to thank everyone that supported me in the election. I'm glad it's over with. Appreciate your support. It is more than a notion, but hopefully we can continue to build and do something. And just remember, we're here for the kids. It's not about us. It's about them and what we can do to help them. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Page. And again, congratulations to you both and to Ms. Rachel Henderson. And we look forward to working as a team to accomplish just that, to remind ourselves that we are here for our students and our kids. Next on our agenda, we have Ms. Carol Levers with us to give our library report. Ms. Levers, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lopez, Board, Dr. Stubblefield.
Good afternoon.
In front of you is the October stats, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing. It's right there for your reading. Just letting you know that the system checked out 37,263 items to our community. We placed 4,504 items on hold. We had 244 programs in all our branches, and we had 7,505 people in attendance. So Monday, November 15th at 6 p.m., we will have Suzanne Gladney. She's an attorney and director of the Migrant Farm Workers Assistance Fund, and she will be our guest speaker. So if you would like to sign on, you can visit kckpl.org or email our events, kckpl.org, for a link to register. And this discussion is complementing the travel exhibit that we have at the main library, and it's called In the Fields of the North, in Los Campos del Norte, which is on exhibit at the main library since October 24th until December 17th. So you all are welcome to do that. As I reported last month, we started the collaboration with the Croatia Library, and our library was the first to do the lectures, and we are going to have another one in November 29th, and they will be the ones sharing with us what they've been doing through COVID. So I invite all of you, if whomever is interested, to join us again. It's going to be 9 o'clock in the morning because obviously it's going to be 8 hours difference. So if you let me know, or just go and on our events at kckpl.org for the Zoom link, you're welcome to do so. And of course, we are having our virtual author, Dawn Turner. We're busy with her book right now, reading every Thursday afternoon during the lunch hour. Anybody interested could join us. But on December 2nd at 7 p.m., Ms. Turner will be joining us, and you all are welcome again. And as I said, if you're interested, call me. We'll share the link, or just go and visit kckpl.org on our email, or email the events at kckpl.org for more information. Winter's here, or almost here. So just to let everyone know and our community know that we'll be starting our adult winter reading, and we would like everybody to sign up and register. The registration will be open November 15th, and if the adults 18 and over read 8 books, they can earn a mug and cozy socks for the winter. So please help us get the reading done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Any questions for Ms. Levers? Okay. Move to accept the library's report.
So move.
Second.
Questions? Ms. Downing?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. I would now move to approve tonight's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? If not, Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we are at new business on our agenda. The first item I'll pass on to Dr. Stubblefield.
The first item for information, that will come back for approval at the next board meeting, is changing our cellular telephone provider agreement from Sprint T-Mobile to Verizon. Any questions regarding that contract?
Well, let me just,
Not the contract, to move forward with that, yes.
and the reason for that?
The reason for that is originally, in the previous years, we were with Verizon, and there is some cost savings, is what the team shared with me. The coverage and some other things around service, they believe it was better off with Verizon.
I guess my question is, was there attempt to discuss with the previous provider if they would have met the demands for change?
There was a discussion in a meeting, and they did say that they would do that. Dr. Turan and Mr. Hoda were in the meeting, and then after the discussion, this was the recommendation that came from the team that met with them.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Did Sprint T-Mobile agree to your changes?
They said that they would do it, and Rashid or Dr. Turan can come forward and give more specific information. But yes, they did say the things that they share with them, that they wanted an opportunity to provide that at the same cost.
So just wonder why then the change?
We looked at the proposals. It's something that has been in, first of all, the contract was up at the end of October.
October 27th.
It was a 2-year contract. And we were looking at the best ways to have service and connectivity, all the different factors that go with it. There was a slight savings with going with Verizon's. They're very similar, but in terms of the totality of what was offered to the district, where we thought we needed to go, we felt that Verizon would better meet our needs.
Okay.
Other
you.
questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Page.
Yeah, I don't know if I missed it, and I apologize. Did we get some kind of written, I never saw a printed report that showed the prices?
In the memo, there wasn't an attachment, but in the memo there is, if on the agenda, at least I see a different price comparison from the two providers. So there wasn't an attachment, but it was included.
Okay, because I kept looking for an attachment, I never saw it. I thought we would get something
But we can-
tangible to see.
If
We
Dr.
can look
Turan or
and
Mr.
see.
Hoda, if you could provide that to
I'll
the
make sure we,
board,
get all the information.
that'd
We'll
be
make
great.
that more evident to you. It seems like it was buried a little bit, and so we'll bring that forward.
Great, thank you so much.
Yes.
Other questions? Again, this is informational tonight. This will come back in front of you as you get the additional information from Dr. Turan and Mr. Hoda. Board, if you have additional questions, please reach out to Dr. Stubblefield.
The next item is it's just an informational item. There will not be any action pertaining to this item until we finalize the budget for the 22-23 school year. But this is so that the board would have an accurate account of what our unaudited enrollment was based off our September count day, and what that, the impact of that on if all things stay the same for the funding and the formula this year, where we would end up budget-wise based off the unaudited count. Once we have the official count, we'll be able to give a more accurate account of that. And it does show that we did have a decline in enrollment, and that decline in enrollment did impact the additional dollars that we get from the weighting in the formula. And then there was also an impact on the transportation funds that we received. Where we did see positive, where it wasn't impacted negatively, was our ESL funding.
Board, if you haven't had a chance, just make sure that you do take a look at that and review this information and data. It will be super helpful, and it will come back around and important for our discussions, as Dr. Stubblefield mentioned. So please make sure you keep that in front of you and review that. And if you have additional questions around that information provided, please send that to Dr. Stubblefield. Are there any questions now? Dr. Nguyen.
Not a question, I guess it's a comment. So with this projection, then the board could start in January discussing the budget, and not wait till April or May?
Yes, yes, and as soon as we, and I know Tracy is on Zoom, as soon as we have our actual audited number, we'll have a more accurate account. But with this projection, we definitely can start in January.
Right, and I
Yeah.
think I read in one of the policies that the board can set a guideline for ourselves, a date and timeline. So we can start in January, whether or not the audited numbers come in. Because it surely shouldn't be too far off.
Right, right.
So I suggest, and it's, at the time, I will make that motion if it's necessary.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Nguyen.
And then the last item under new business is information item for the board so that you are aware. We have some recommendations around graduation location and dates. Although we shared multiple location, our recommendation is any of the options with Memorial Hall because for two factors. It takes away the element of weather, and it allows us to secure a place that can host all of our graduates. One of the options on there is no longer available. The weekend prior to the week where we were sharing the information, someone did secure it over the weekend. So our option is either to host 2 graduations over 3 days or 1 a night, except for when we do the smaller one, each one having it on there all night. We wanted to get board feedback. I don't know if Dr. Irving is on. She can share if you're wondering where the principals, what their input was around this. But we also wanted to give the board an opportunity to ask any questions or offer anything that we need to consider before asking you to formally approve for the lighting component at Memorial Hall.
I apologize. I didn't ask this in advance.
That's-
I'm not expecting an answer now. But in proposal 1, do you really think that's enough time between the schools? Because if you know anything about Memorial Hall, the parking is terrible. And you're asking people to come to a graduation, get out, and then you're going to say, because to me, you're inviting trouble to your house. You got to hurry up. You got to leave. You got to leave. You got to get ready for the... I think you need more time in between.
Yeah,
Because if you don't, then it's not fair to security or you or anybody else. You're begging them to leave. They've had a hell of a year, and they're happy. They're celebrating. And now we're saying, you got to cut it off. You got to get out.
Yeah.
That you may not want to do that.
That question actually was asked in board prep, and that is something that was discussed, but we just wanted to bring them all forward. There was conversation about hosting the graduation earlier and pushing the second one back later to allow more time, but hosting it any earlier may create a hardship for families that are working. So if that's not a viable option, we don't have to explore it. We just wanted to put out all the ones that were actually explored.
I see having to, I get that economically, but just give yourself space and you just don't want to put your people in harm's way because you're trying to tell them to hurry up, move it on. And if you've ever been to any of the, they don't leave. People are excited. They're out there. They're taking pictures, and they should be excited, and they should take pictures. And we don't want to cut it off so soon. Because I know when I went to K-State to a grad, they had 1 at 10 and the other one at 3. So there was ample time between the two to get everybody in and out, and people were happy. So we want to make sure that we work with families and give them, because the parking is not good. So if you can make sure they got enough time and enough space to park, that would help.
Ms. Humphries?
Do I understand that this is just informational, or can we make a motion to accept one of these so that we can get the dates locked in before someone else takes them?
You can make that motion. We were just trying to adhere to the process. We did talk to Memorial Hall, and Sharita's back there, and I think they are formally holding these dates, the week dates, for us, given what happened with the weekend. Yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we accept proposal 2 over 5 nights, because in the past, we have had success with having graduations one evening. And that takes care of the possible traffic problem with having 2 events close together. And it's nice for the families, because we have families that come to more than one graduation, because they have one child or grandchild graduating from one high school, and then after it, they have a party for that child. And then we're not doubling up on graduations the same day.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. So there is a motion to accept proposal 2 for graduations. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I'll open it up to questions or discussion. Dr. Nguyen.
So help me understand what the cost would be. Is this $37,000 for 5 days?
Yeah, the cost of the lighting does not change whether it's 3 days or 5 days, correct, Sharita? It does change. Oh, so the cost for lighting for the 5 days is $37,375. The cost for Memorial Hall is $750 per night.
Okay.
So, yeah. So it'll be $750 times 5 plus the $37,000 if that's.
And my motion's just for the dates. I'm not making a motion about the lighting costs. I just want to make sure we get the dates locked in.
If you make a motion for proposal 2, that would encompass the cost.
Okay, I'll amend my motion for only the dates, the 5 dates, not
Okay.
not for the lighting.
I'm sorry, were you amending your motion, Ms. Humphries? To just hold those dates that are in proposal 2?
Correct.
Ms. Clark, are you in agreement with that amendment? Okay.
Well, to finish my comment.
Dr. Nguyen,
Thank
yes.
you. I would oppose the first amendment with the cost when I think it's incorrect on the KCKCC where it's free. You say no area to have graduates line up and walk in. Graduates line up outside. Faculty line up. Now, there is a weather factor, but that is, I've only worked at the community college for over 40 years, therefore 40 graduations, and that there is room to line up. So I would not agree to paying over $50,000 when we don't have to, if those dates are available. Thank you.
Good, and I appreciate that. I just want to share the reason KCKCC was not selected. It was the limited number. Unless COVID changes, limits 1,000 people, including the graduates, and the staff felt like that would limit the number of people that the students could invite for our larger schools, primarily when you start to do the math. If it's 268 graduates, and then you're not counting the staff who's there, it brings them down to 1 or 2 people that they can, anywhere, no more than 3 people that they can invite to the graduation. I don't know historically how many they've been allowed to bring, but that was a factor for the students that was taken into consideration.
And I understand that, and we don't normally allow unlimited numbers of guests. But on the one hand, you've already said our funding is going to be decreased by $1 million or so. And when you don't have to spend $50,000, one would think, because you still, the weather factor, alternate days could deal with the weather factor. But thank you.
And I don't, Sharita and Dr. Irvin, before you vote, were those dates, are they still available for KCKPS? KCC if this motion doesn't pass? Is that something you would have to check on? Okay. They would have to confirm the dates, are they?
Other questions or comments? Ms.
Yeah.
Page?
They're charging for audio, and the audio is so poor, you know, in Memorial Hall. And you would think they would give some adjustment, because it's extremely hard to hear, and they don't have the best audio system to me.
That's what the cost is. That's the professional audio and lighting.
Oh,
It's
you're not gonna
their
use theirs?
In-house audio and lighting.
Okay.
That's why the cost rates up. If you use their audio and lighting, it's $750 a night.
Okay.
I wanted to get clarification on, we removed the amount verify that it was removed, so I'll make a motion to approve it after we're done with this one.
I'm sorry, Dr. Yeager, you cut out a little bit. Could you restate what you said? You froze up on us.
Well, yes, based upon the feedback about the audio and lighting, I'll make a motion after this one is complete to go ahead and take action on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments on the motion in front of us? I'll remind us, the motion in front of us is to accept proposal 2 dates for graduations as presented by staff. If there are no other questions, Ms. Downing, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion, lighting, audio, manpower over the 5 days as listed in proposal 2.
Dr. Yeager, just for clarity, you froze up on us again. Can you restate your motion? I just want to make sure we capture it correctly.
I make a motion that we approve the cost for the lighting, audio, manpower that's listed under proposal 2.
There's a motion to accept and approve the cost for lighting, audio, manpower for proposal number 2 as presented by staff. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Would open up for questions or discussion. Dr. Nguyen.
I still oppose it. If you don't have to spend $40,000 at this point, if you have to spend it ultimately, okay, but to be able to search alternative as a cost savings, I don't understand why we wouldn't. So I would oppose the motion.
Thank you,
I
Dr.
think that this is an important part of our students' life. And as mentioned for the audio at Memorial Hall, I think it's very important we have our community feedback that said they want better audio and lighting for their children. So I think it's important for us to put our best foot forward for our seniors.
Could you explain to me where we had community feedback? Other than us attending and couldn't hear anything?
Yeah, right.
Was there community feedback?
In my community, there has been complaints. As Wanda said previously, there were complaints. So if we, board members' audio was horrible each and every night. Like it was too.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? I think I know this answer, and so I apologize, Dr. Stubfield or Sharita, Dr. Bilbo Irvin. The recommended company, is that who Memorial Hall uses as professional? So that's who we would have to use, correct? Okay. I just wanted to make sure, that was out there. I thought that was the case. Thank you. Other questions? If not, there's a motion and a second. Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call vote?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, staff, for working on that. And continuing with our agenda, next is a board update, up for a board update and approval, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
So at the previous meeting, Ms. Selena has presented what we're doing with our diversity, equity, inclusion work, the curriculum that goes with that. This is asking for approval to continue with that curriculum. So I'm asking that the board approve the curriculum tonight. This will allow our DEI representatives within our buildings to access the curriculum and work with each one of the staffs individually. Right now, we pay for the licenses for just our DEI district team to have access to the curriculum. So this is allowing those leaders in the building to have access and lead the training within each of the school buildings.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or further discussion? Not. Oh, Ms. Clark.
Dr. Stubblefield, and I'm not asking you to know the answer. One of my things is when literature or learning gets stuck at one level. And so I think there was some conversation about making sure that everyone is using and how are we measuring success with the literature that we have. So, okay.
I know Ms. Salinas and her team, they do collect feedback. She will, if it's not in there, she's planning to bring that feedback back to the board as they've rolled it out with the different groups that they've provided training to, and also the progress through the modules where the different groups are. Like right now, our principals are a little further ahead of our teachers and some district staff, and so she'll be able to provide that information, yeah.
And one more question, how will it be leveraged, or maybe this is a question for later, will it be leveraged for, we had incidents today, so how do we coach our students, and will this information also be leveraged with some of those types of situations?
Yeah, they do work in tandem with our student support team as we systematically try to train all of our staff in restorative practices and to see how those intersect, but we're still flushing out what that looks like, but absolutely.
Very fair. Thank you.
Other questions? Not, Ms. Downing, would you do a roll call, please?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is up for approval that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the ratified agreement with the NEA KCK for the 2021-2022 school year. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? If not, Ms. Downing, roll call vote, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. I'll just say thank you to our board and to Dom DeRosa and to all of the teams working so hard to make sure that that happened. So thank you all for your hard work and patience and your persistence. So and thank you for your continued work and commitment to our great school district.
I apologize. Nelson actually just arrived, I think, with Ms. Smith being out, there were some cross wires in our communication, so since he's here, we do actually want to take a few minutes to recognize him. I know his mom and dad are on the way up, so Nelson, we're glad you're here with us, yeah.
Yeah, should we wait for mom and dad to get here? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
that's fine.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for joining us, Nelson. So good to see you. We're excited to have you here with us today. Wait for mom and dad to get here to recognize you. Thank you.
Nelson, are your parents here on campus, or, oh, they're here? Or they're on their way? Oh, they're parking. Yeah. Yeah.
We'll take a quick recess while we get set up for Nelson's recognition. So we could take a quick 5-minute, or
They can come in.
they're walking up right now. So I'll just stall. Anybody have any jokes? No? Okay, it's probably a
I
good
got
thing.
one for you.
All right. So we are very excited, and I'll pass it on to you, Dr. Stubblefield, but we're very excited that Nelson could join us today, Nelson and your family, but I'll pass it along to Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, I am looking for Miss Sharita, who has the information to read about Nelson. Do you have, yes.
Nelson, do you want to come up here? And I will first say, I am not the best person to be introducing him because he is loved by so many. We should have had Miss Dinkins here, who is one of his biggest fans, right? Nelson, first of all, tell us, when did you first start your Flavor Aid business? Because I can't remember how old you were, because you're 11 right now,
Yeah,
correct? 11
yeah.
years old. So when did you start?
3 years ago.
So 3 years ago, and he was just named by the state of Kansas as one of the young entrepreneurs of the state of Kansas at just 11 years old. He's a student over at Gloria Willis, and I have had the honor the last 2 COVID vaccine events to have his entire family come out. I mean, everybody raves over the drinks, and I was a little hurt the last event. I didn't get my drink because the bees got us, didn't they?
Them bees were.
Yes, they were. Come up towards the mic. I think one thing we would love to hear from you is, what advice would you give other kids who may want to start their own business?
So advice I want to give other kids, around the world is to try your hardest. If you want to do something, put your mind to it. Anything, you can do anything. If you just put your mind to it, you're willing to do the work and to accomplish your dreams.
Nice.
Good.
Nelson, thank you. Thank you so much, family. You guys want to come up and get a picture?
And I'd just like to say that his father is a former student of mine from West Middle School when I was teaching. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Look at me. Keep smiling. Don't blink. Good job.
Thank you, and congratulations again to Nelson and to your family. What an amazing story.
Yes.
An amazing story for him and his family and for our school district. And if you haven't had a chance to try his lemonade, you definitely should, because it is amazing. So thank you, Nelson. Congratulations, and congratulations to your family.
So, the next item, we're going to ask Ms. Darcy Swan and her team to come forward. It's accept as an information item, an update on the K-3 reading program pilot in the CKLA K-3 reading resource as submitted by Darcy Swan, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Dr. Judith Campbell, Associate Superintendent of Leadership and Learning.
Great. Good evening, Board President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, Board of Education, and Dr. Stubblefield. Tonight, the Curriculum and Instruction Department will be providing as an informational item the recommendation for a new K-3 reading program. As we strive to become one of the top 10 districts in the nation, it's critical that our students exit high school, college, and career ready, which means they are on track for reading, writing, listening, and speaking. We also strive to meet board policies of high expectations for student achievement and high-performing workforce. And tonight I have Allie Rice, who is our elementary ELA curriculum coach, who did the work of the pilot, who met with the teachers, she was in the classroom, she collected the data, and she's here to share some wonderful information about what transpired over the last few weeks to get us ready for this informational item tonight.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Stubblefield, thank you for taking the time to listen to me this evening about our K-3 resource adoption process. So, what you're seeing on the board is our instructional focus for this school year and school years to come. Adopting a resource for kindergarten through third grade students addresses every single one of those bullet points. Truly it does. Currently, we've got around 3/4 of our students who aren't reading proficiently on grade level, and we know from our MTSS training and work with the TASN training team that really our Tier 1 core instructional resource should be meeting roughly 80% or more of our kids' instructional needs. Adopting a high-quality instructional resource partnered with the Letters Training Initiative that's already started in kindergarten through 5th grade buildings are two essential steps towards achieving that 80% benchmark and hopefully even more. Selecting a K-3 resource was not a quick or easy process, nor should it have been. The work began in the first semester of the 2020 school year with explorations. A teacher team and I really looked at things like ed reports, things like What Works Clearinghouse, looking at even Facebook pages to see what teachers were saying about resources that they were using, and most importantly, I consulted other elementary ELA coordinators from neighboring districts. From there, we collected a list of about 7 resources, listened to vendor presentations, filled out extensive rubrics, and by April, we had narrowed it down to our top 2. Amplifies Core Knowledge Language Arts, also known as CKLA, and McGraw-Hill's Open Court Reading. These 2 resources were put into a pilot for the first quarter of this year, spanning 8 weeks. I had about 100 teachers apply to be pilot teachers, which was really exciting. I was able to select 21 CKLA classroom teachers, so about 5 or 6 classrooms per grade level, and 21 open court classrooms. Throughout the 8-week period, I collected data along with building coaches using an observation tool. We conducted over 100 classroom observations, took classroom videos, collected student work samples, and also all 42 of my pilot teachers completed evaluations along the way. We were really looking at student engagement, teacher usability, the professional development our teachers received from both vendors, the technology components, things like how many instructional minutes the resources took, how many planning minutes the resources took, and in your paper handouts, that data is all available for you on pages 2 and 3. You'll see a lot of bar graphs there. As the pilot was going on, in collaboration with our DEI, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team, I also ran a cadre of teachers to vet both pilot materials for text bias using the protocol that was developed last school year. In your handouts, you'll also see the text bias rubric that my cadre used. At the end of first quarter, a selection committee came together to review all of the data that I just talked with you about. And I'm excited to announce that the cadre overwhelmingly selected Amplify's Core Knowledge Language Arts as the best fitting resource for our kindergarten through third grade classrooms. This is already the resource in our fourth and fifth grade classrooms, so it will bring the same resource for kindergarten through 5. You have CKLA program guides as part of your handouts as well for you to review at your convenience. CKLA is a high-quality instructional material that is aligned with Common Core standards and covers all components of elementary English language arts, from phonological awareness to phonics, comprehension, oral language development, grammar, writing, fluency, vocabulary, you name it, CKLA teaches it. It is actually all green on Ed Reports, which is a rare occasion if you're familiar with Ed Reports. It is a nonprofit curriculum resource review company that employs teachers to complete extensive year-long review processes on the majority of the popular resources that are available. CKLA's approach is really founded in Scarborough's reading rope. So Scarborough's rope tells us that in order for students to be skilled readers, they need explicit instruction in both language comprehension, which includes building background knowledge, vocabulary, language structures, as well as word recognition, which is that decoding or phonics piece of reading. You can see in CKLA's approach, they mimic those strands in K2 by having a knowledge strand and a skills strand, and then integrating those for third through fifth grade students as they become skilled readers. CKLA provides a knowledge-rich experience for our students. Cognitive scientists have known for decades the most important factor in reading comprehension isn't actually a set of generally applicable skills, it's how much background knowledge the reader has on a topic. There's more information about the knowledge building pieces in your program guide on pages 8 through 13. More importantly, CKLA has a very strong foundational skills strand as well. It is systematic, explicit, cumulative, and aligns with structured literacy as recommended by KSDE. It starts slow to go fast. Code knowledge spans kindergarten through second grade, with our third through fifth graders doing advanced word study in multisyllabic words and morphology. However, their foundational skills strand is more than just phonics. It's handwriting, it's spelling, it's the writing process, and it provides repeated practice in all of the skills for students through mastery. The foundational skills strand was also reviewed by Ed Reports with a more rigorous review process, and again went all green. You can see the writing trajectory in your paper handouts on page 4 through 6, and your program guide has the same screen here on pages 14 through 15, because I know the font's a little small on the screen. CKLA also addresses social emotional learning needs as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion. The Social Emotional and Learning Guide addresses all 5 CASEL standards, which is where KSDE derives their SECD standards, and then that feeds right into our Student Code of Conduct as well. For diversity, equity, and inclusion, there's a detailed guide for every grade level for CKLA that includes an essential question, DEI objectives, as well as lesson modification ideas so that teachers can customize the instructional materials to the diversity and demographics in their own classroom. There's more information about this in page 30 of your program guide. There are also several digital components with CKLA. All students and teachers would have access to the hub, which is something that's available right now, which includes an extensive PD site or professional development site for our teachers. It includes a library of texts for our students that they can listen in both English and Spanish, as well as a sounds library for our primary students, our K2 students. It also has Amplify Reading, which there's a separate program guide just specifically for Amplify Reading, which is an adaptive game-like reading software program that has already actually been on a free trial since January in our district with very high usage and very, very positive student feedback as well as teacher feedback. New for the 2022-23 school year is the teacher digital and student digital experiences. Our teachers would be receiving customizable slides for instruction, and then our students in 2 through 5 would receive digital workbooks that auto-save their work, and teachers can actually see the student workbooks in real time during classroom instruction. There's more information about this in page 82 through 86 of your overall program guide, as well as the additional guide for Amplify Reading. And I would like to add that they have partial integration with Canvas, seeking full integration for the 2022-2023 school year. This slide covers the implementation and professional learning plan. There's also a separate PD plan from Amplify CKLA that should be in your digital attachments as well. And I would like to add that we are hoping to offer an early ship for pilot teachers, at least pilot teachers, so that they could get into the resources, preview the materials, and provide feedback for my GVC revision cadre, which would begin in January. And then should any of you have interest in previewing the materials yourself, they are on display in the curriculum department at your convenience. Thank you.
And lastly, the investment for this resource would be a little over $2.5 million. We were able to negotiate $981,000 of discounts with the Amplify company. And currently, we are approved to use ESSER fundings, which are earmarked for the cost of this resource. So we stayed very closely within the budget of the ESSER funding. Any questions from our Board of Education members?
Ms. Page.
Is there something in this program for parents that you could offer to them? Because a lot of times they'll say, well, the kids don't have books, and where can we go online and see? Because maybe the kids can't explain it to them, so they could go and look and see, or offer something to them to help their kids.
Yeah, great
Does
question.
the program offer anything, parents?
Yeah, absolutely. So there, each unit, each knowledge unit and skills unit has a sheet that you can tear out and send home. It's available in English and Spanish. It gives an overview of what's happening in the classroom. And then for even the knowledge unit, it gives a recommendation of books that parents could check out at a public library that tie into the knowledge unit. And then all of the materials are available digitally. So if the student has their Clever login, which is our single sign-in, they can access all of their readers and their digital workbooks from home.
And then, because we have so many different languages, you only spoke about Spanish and
Right.
English.
They only have
offer-
Spanish at this time.
And Ms. Page, we can take what's in English and to our ESL department and have them translate the information for the other families. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, please. One, did I hear you correctly say that this was aligned to Common Core standards? We don't use Common Core standards anymore.
They are aligned, the resources created on Common Core standards, but they have an alignment chart for Kansas College and Career standards as well. So our GVC would have Kansas College and Career standards in it.
Okay, so I guess my
Yeah.
question is, why did you say what you said? I don't understand. How are you making
Right.
it consistent with
So because it's a
Kansas?
national resource, the company itself developed it on the national Common Core standards, and then they have like an actual book, I've got it with me actually, an actual booklet that says how the Common Core, like it crosswalks to the Kansas College and Career Readiness
Okay, so
standards.
what does that process look like?
It's what would be happening all of next semester with a cadre of teachers to create the GVC using the crosswalk that Amplify's provided, where it highlights every lesson what Kansas standard is happening.
Okay, so I think we should be able to see what you're doing to make it consistent with Kansas standards? And secondly, you said you got feedback. Have you seen any change in the daily scores, assignments, weekly assignments from your pilot or anything?
We did look at student work samples. There wasn't, and comparing like student work samples from the beginning of the 8-week period to the end, with the pilot only being 8 weeks, we weren't able to get, like, with our FastBridge universal screener, it's only happening in August and January. So obviously with the pilot not extending through January, we weren't able to get like a universal screener beginning and end point. So it was just student work samples.
So you have no hard data to verify there was some improvement?
We've got teacher feedback and student work samples.
And that feedback is it data or is it
As far as like
anecdotal?
like a pre-test, post-test?
I don't know how you were
Okay.
assessing your pilot, but what I heard you say, because you only assessed in August and January, and the pilot ended, there was no assessment data.
No
Provided.
universal screener assessment data because of the testing windows.
They had embedded assessments from the actual programs, though. Do you want me to speak to that? Okay. So within each program, both CKLA and Open Core, they come with embedded assessments. And so teachers were able to give those embedded assessments that are part of the program to show student growth and to assess whether or not students were hitting the mastery targets or standards that were in those units. So based on the teachers bringing those samples to her cadre meetings, teachers were able to sit together as a professional learning community and look at those work samples to start determining where they're seeing students grow, whether that was in writing, whether that was in speaking and listening, or whether that was in reading strategies. So it wouldn't be based on our FastBridge universal screening data because we haven't taken our next assessment, but based on the embedded assessments within the programs themselves, teachers were tracking in their Infinite Campus gradebooks the growth that students were making, which is why then she had a selection committee start, that voting process of where are we seeing the biggest gains with our students, along with anecdotal feedback from students, and then the feedback from teachers in terms of usability, in terms of how engaging it was for students. So there was data even taken in classrooms on, how engaged students were, how well the units were aligning to our standards. So when Allie was talking about the Common Core standard piece, that is because it's a national program. Her committee, prior to choosing Open Core and CKLA, had a rubric with our Kansas College and Career Standards, vetted the 7 programs she talked about, brought it down to the 2 programs we piloted because those were the 2 programs that most closely aligned with what we were looking for. Does that make sense? In our
Makes
Kansas
very
College
good
and
sense,
Career.
But you still didn't close the loop. You still didn't say, I have now data to say student X improved or didn't improve.
Individual teachers would have that data. It wasn't collected because as a larger selection cadre outside of teachers sharing that data in their cadre meetings.
See, that's the challenge I have, Dr. Stubblefield. Now, we will approve this $2.5 million program, but without hard data, you have a pilot and you have no results other than anecdotal? It doesn't work like that in the real world of whether or not ESSER funds it or not. If whether or not it required it, when you ask us to fund something, that data needs to be collected on the front end. Knowingly, you're going to have to produce it on the back end. So I'm having a challenge with moving forward. We don't know this. We don't know we're going to have to provide data at the end.
Well, like I said, the data that was collected, and Allie, do you have your slides for I think it was in the handout, wasn't it? Do you want to talk through your handouts, the ELA resource proposal data in the
Is it
handouts?
in here?
Yep.
In this one?
So we're this.
No, those
top.
are this one.
This one? Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So maybe talk through those pages.
while you're looking, Dr. Stubblefield, do you understand how I'm processing these?
No, I completely understand. I think part of, they do have data, and I don't know if they're not presenting it, but the hard data of did students go from point A to point B, the pilot would have to go at least a semester or a year. And that is something, the consideration was around, we don't have a core resource. We know what the data says in other districts. We don't have data on our students, but we have the data from this resource being implemented in other districts that does show the growth. So the anecdotal data, along with the data just from the results of it, is what the recommendation is being made off of. We could have taken, the plan when I got here was to have the pilot for 8 weeks, like the first quarter, and that was already in motion, so that's where we are currently. I think moving forward, what we can do is plan to have a longer pilot, to have a pre and post in those components around.
But even with an 8-week,
Uh-huh.
if you're going to have a pilot, how do you measure the success of a pilot? I don't care if it's 2 weeks or 2 hours. That's what I'm not understanding.
So they have the data from
Okay.
how the students, what they were looking at is based off the standards, did you master this standard? And that's the data that the teachers have. So it's not
Right.
necessarily just pre and post. If the standard is for the student to be able to compose a 5-paragraph sentence, that's the information that they have. They know what percentage of their students actually met that standard.
Great, and where is that?
Well, Ally's going to walk you through just some of the data pieces that she collected in this handbook, or in the, which, did you find that one? It's the K-3 ELA Resource Adoption Handbook.
Page 3?
Yep, she'll walk you through some of that data that she looked at. You're right, here's our issue. We currently have a resource that's not aligned and compliant with the state, with structured literacy and our dyslexia guidelines at the state level. So we could definitely run a longer pilot, but when you're adopting a new resource, you do have to get the resource right. But then there's all of the back work that needs to happen once the resource is in place to redo all of your curriculum mapping and to get ready for professional development, so that we don't need keep putting off getting a resource that is quality in our teachers' hands and our kids' hands. So I totally hear what you're saying about data.
Fully understand the process. But I'm saying, and this is not to you, but Dr. Stubblefield, when you request anything, you've run a pilot, the normal procedure in my academic world is that then you have some data to say, this worked or didn't work. And if it worked, and I'm reading, cliche, that you're saying it worked. And you're saying this is the data?
Well, I'm going to let Ally talk through the data that she does have so that you can kind of do that crosswalk with her. And that way, if you have any other questions or are there any requests that we need to take back and work on, we can do that.
Well, I don't need you to walk me through anything. If the data is here, I can read it. This is what I'm just saying. Present it to us, please, Dr. Stubblefield. I'm not going to,
No, and I
scream
think,
at you, because I don't plan on screaming, but
so I think what Dr. Nguyen is asking for is, what were the standards and what percentage of our students, the standards that were, the data that what we have, because we don't have the pre and post, but if the data for K-3, what were the standards that were aligned to the Kansas standards, not, necessarily Common Core when you pull those, and if the standard is for the students to be able to compose a sentence and identify the subject and the verb, what percentage of our students were able to do that after they experienced this in class? So if that shows currently only 10% of our students prior to this instruction were explicitly able to do it, then after the instruction, it jumped to 50%. That's the data that we should accompany, that they should have. And that data, the teachers should have, it may not be here, so that may be the data around the standards that we can provide.
Yeah, that would have to be something that I would have, that would have taken way more pages than allotted for the handouts to put that together. But as far as things like, if our kindergarten classrooms, for example, taught 8 letter sounds with CKLA, what percentage of students have those 8 letter sounds mastered at the end of 8 weeks? Like things like that.
What was the population of your pilot?
What do you mean by population?
Student population?
Student population, I believe both vendors outfitted 5%. And typically vendors will outfit 5% of the student population for free. Anything beyond that would be a paid pilot.
How many were in our pilot? 5%
How many
of the
students
population?
total? I really don't know how many students total. I know there were 21 teachers for CKLA and 21 teachers for open court, roughly about 5 or 6
So that's probably about
classrooms.
400 students, if
Okay.
you
Yeah,
average 20
About
students
20,
a
20
class.
kids per classroom times 20 teachers.
Okay, so my question is it on page 3? If it's on page 3, the board can read. And
So,
one is,
yeah, it was
The
a total
number-
of 100, and some of it tells the total number of students, 4th and 5th grade teachers and that kind of thing.
Okay.
but, Yeah.
all right, thank you. And one does not request more and more pages. So that's not what I was speaking of. But I'm speaking, you could have executive summary of what was the result.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's, I mean, that's normal, Dr. Stubblefield. So I'm not asking for myself. I'm asking for, as the board decides to assess and then spend 2.5 million. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get the data.
We'll be back in
around the
December,
standards
and we will bring you
Thank you.
that specific strand-by-strand data at every grade level.
Ms. Humphries?
If I remember correctly, this is the curriculum that you had the curriculum sneak peek a few months ago or weeks ago. And you had the salespeople from both companies. And then you had staff that were explaining
see.
things to me. And I have to say, just not as being a professional educator, this was explained to me very well by the salespeople and were very easy to understand. Now, my question is, we've had Amplify in the 4th and 5th grades. How long have we had that in the 4th and 5th grades?
This is the second year.
Okay, so last year, everything is going to be kind of
Correct.
messed up because of COVID and stuff. So at the end of this year, the testing data and stuff, we all have a really good idea of how well it works. But implementing it K through 3 gives us a consistent program all the way through, correct? Okay. And then you said there's quite a bit of professional development embedded in this so that we're just not dumping it on our teachers, having adequate time to train so they can really implement it with integrity, correct?
Correct. Part of the PD plan is a full-day initial training in August before the school year begins with a half-day strengthening training around the semester mark. And then CKLA will actually provide embedded trainers that go to classrooms with me, and then as well as additional support for our instructional coaches and our administrators so that they can support teachers in their buildings.
So this is like a 2 to 4 year option period or?
6.
Six
Yeah.
years. So over the 6 years, we'll have access to continual trainings as we have new staff come in and to refurbish people's memories and with new equipment, but
Yes. Professional development is part of the PD plan for years 1 and 2, and then we would evaluate with our budget and our needs for years 3, 4, 5, and 6.
okay.
They also have on-demand trainings that teachers can utilize anytime that is virtual. And so we're also looking, if this resource is to be approved, we're looking at some summer opportunities to kind of kickstart teachers because we know teachers like to plan in the summer. So we would look at some opportunities to make sure that we're filling their bucket of professional learning well in advance of the start of the school year.
Thank you.
Dr. Yeager has a comment. Dr. Yeager?
Yes, I want to thank you for the presentation. It was very detailed. So thank you for the information you provided. I would like to comment to Dr. Stubblefield. I think it's really important for us to clarify what is expected on a report. I do disagree that the additional suggestions and recommendations of adding other things to the report would need to be clarified, and the board should agree as to what to be presented, additional information that may not be relevant or only one person on the board will utilize. I think it's very important to clarify what actually we will be looking at and reviewing as a whole board rather than just one person asking or making a request.
Thank you, Dr. Yeager. Ms. Clark?
I just have one question. With your pilot and working with our staff and our teachers, I'm curious on the opportunities. I'm sure you received some feedback. If you could give me one or two opportunities that our staff said, if this had this, this would make it a little bit better. So I'm also curious about what that will look like for future as we adopt this.
Yeah, that was the thing that I heard most overwhelmingly from my pilot teachers of, you know, like, if this were to be adopted, what are some foreseeable challenges or opportunities? The number one thing that I heard over and over and over again was pilot teachers requesting that they not be responsible for training other teachers in our district, and that we use the company, the vendor, to provide extensive training. And obviously, I think we would all agree, we don't want to spend $2.5 million and then not train our teachers on how to implement the resource. And that was a big part of the input from the 4th and 5th grade teachers as well, is that in their comments, they reported feeling like they did not receive enough initial training before implementing, especially when they were remote. I believe our 4th and 5th grade teachers received a half-day virtual training where the company recommends more than that. And, you know, for whatever reason, those were.
I would also add the sneak peek for this round of pilot. I haven't seen many sneak peeks from the past because we didn't. The one we did last year for social studies was virtual, but this one was in person. We would like to have more turnout of stakeholders. Most of the teachers that attended were pilot teachers wanting to come talk to maybe the other vendor because they had questions of something they weren't like currently using, but they had questions about it. And then we did have, you know, a few of our administrators. We had a few district office staff. We had a representative from the Board of Education. But we would love, I think, for future adoptions to have, and maybe this is just more marketing or branding on our part, to get more stakeholder buy-in to the process and to be part of that. Because at our sneak peek, we did have an opportunity for people to give feedback, talk to the vendors, fill out a Google form with things that you notice, things that you wonder, things that you would like to see. And so we did collect that data, but it was primarily current teachers within the pilot or a buddy teacher of theirs from their grade level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy and Alec. Thank you for the information. Again, board, this is information tonight. You have the information in front of you. I'll just remind us again that if we do have additional questions ahead of the meeting, if at all possible, if we could send those to Dr. Stubblefield so that we can get that information to the full board prior to the board meeting. That would be helpful for staff as they prepare for the meeting and as we, the board, take any potential action. Ms. Humphries.
Do we get to keep these, or do we have to turn them back in?
You may keep them there for
thank
you.
you.
Great. Thank you so much for the information. Next on our agenda, we invite Dr. Campbell to come forward and present information on our fall academic and discipline data.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Stubblefield, Board President Lopez, Vice President Clark, board members,
Good evening.
participating staff, and audience. My time with you entails providing an overview of our fall academic and disciplinary data. As we strive to become one of the top 10 school districts, which was stated previously, in our nation by inspiring excellence in every grown-up, every child, every day through our vision and mission, the goal of exiting each high school student prepared for college and career at all levels cannot be accomplished without a multi-tier system of support, which is why it's important for me to share collectively academic and behavioral data on this evening, as this baseline data will provide critical information on what Tier 1, 2, and 3 supports must entail academically, behaviorally, socially, and emotionally as displayed. Therefore, today I will share information outlined around 3 areas above: FastBridge assessment data, ACT college readiness assessment data, and the Big 5 discipline data that focuses on 5 components: event, location, time, day, and resolution, outlined to narrow interventions, resources, and supports. This data was gathered and organized by Dr. Yen To, our Director of Evaluation, Research, and Assessment. So thank you, Dr. To, for your support with this information. The levels in which our FastBridge academic data is reviewed consist of 4 achievement levels, which are defined as college pathway, meaning very likely to meet grade level goals, low risk, likely to meet grade level goals, some risk, unlikely to meet grade level goals, and high risk, very unlikely to meet grade level goals. Although this graph provides data from fall of 2020 and fall of 2021, the baseline data for our students started this year, fall of 2021, with the full implementation of this assessment tool. 33% of our students district-wide are low risk or college pathway for FastBridge reading. For the early reading portion of FastBridge, 30% of our kindergarten students were low risk. Early reading does not include the college pathway achievement levels, so that's why this graph here displays only 4 areas. For the A reading portion of FastBridge, 24% of our elementary grade band were low risk or college pathway. For the A reading portion of FastBridge, 28% of our middle school grade band were low risk or college pathway. For the A reading portion of FastBridge, 44% of our high school grade band were low risk or college pathway. The upward trends here in low risk to college pathway are aligned to our expectations of academic achievement as students at the high school level are mastering the standards that have been presented. As we look at the achievement levels across all grade bands, this graph displays our achievement levels based upon ethnicity. Our American Indian, Black, Hispanic, and Native Hawaiian students have an average percent of 26 of low risk or college pathway achievement levels, while our Asian, multi-race, and white students had an average of 39% low risk or college pathway achievement levels. 33% of our students district-wide are low risk or college pathway for FastBridge math. For the early math portion of FastBridge, 40% of our kindergarten students were low risk, and as previously stated, early math does not include a college pathway achievement level. For the A math portion of FastBridge, 29% of our elementary grade band were low risk or college pathway. For the A math portion of FastBridge, 31% of our middle school grade band were low risk or college pathway. For the A math portion of FastBridge, 46% of our high school grade band were low risk or college pathway. As we look at the achievement levels across all grade bands, this graph displays our achievement levels based upon ethnicity. Our American Indian, Black, Hispanic, and Native Hawaiian students had an average percent of 19 of low-risk or college pathway achievement levels, while our Asian, multi-race, and white students had an average of 45% low-risk or college pathway achievement levels. The ACT College Readiness Assessment takes place for our 11th grade students or 12th grade students who missed the opportunity to take it during their junior year. The ACT is a curriculum-based measure of college readiness focused on the content area of English, math, reading, science, that includes a composite measure of 2 or more individual measures and a single measure resulting in a single score. The ACT benchmark scores are the minimum scores needed on the ACT subject area test to indicate a 50% chance of obtaining a B or higher, or a 75% chance of obtaining a C or higher credit-bearing college courses. Our ACT district performance trends compared with the state shows that over a 3-year period, the state's average score was 19.5 and our district average was 15.3. The minimum score for English is 18. Our 3-year average was 13.6. The minimum score here for math is 22. Our 3-year average was 15.8. The minimum score for reading is 22. Our 3-year average was 15.4. The minimum score for science is 23, and our 3-year average was 16. This graph displays student outcomes for the ACT composite scores based upon student ethnicity. Students' composite score based on ethnicity from highest to lowest scores were white, Hispanic, multi-race, Asian, Black, and Native Hawaiian. We are now going to move to our Big Five data. Our district-wide discipline data entails 5 critical areas in which we call Big Five. The first area is the event description that tells us what took place. What takes more often than not is disrespectful conduct, disruptive conduct, and fighting, as outlined here in this graph. The second and third area consist of when an event is taking place based upon the day and the week and time of day. Most offenses took place on Tuesday around noon. The fourth area is the event location that tells us where the violation took place. The top 2 locations in which events take place for our elementary students is the classroom and outside, while the top 2 locations for middle and high school students are the classroom and hallways. The fifth component of the Big Five discipline data is the resolution, meaning how was the behavior addressed. District-wide, the largest method in which students' behaviors were addressed were short-term suspensions with 26% for elementary, 30% for middle school, and 43% for our high school students. This graph displays the behavioral events, ethnicity, and gender, with females being in blue and males being in yellow, the percentage of students that have had the highest behavioral events. By ethnicity, Black students have the highest events, followed by Hispanic, white, multi-race, Asian, Native Hawaiian, and American Indian. So with all of this data captured, some of the questions now asked are, the first one I want to address is, does this data reflect our virtual learners that attend Greenbush? This data does not. However, the district is working to get our virtual students populated in our data student system, in addition to providing district and building locations in which our students will have the opportunity to come to the district and our building site to complete their fast bridge assessment in a safe and secure risk-free environment. High school students will have the opportunity to complete the ACT virtually. Another question that may come across, what are we working towards to improve our academic data in reading and math? We are working to streamline our Tier 1 curriculum district-wide and utilize the Tier 1 support with fidelity. And I will talk about a little bit what you just heard regarding this, adopting this new curriculum. It is critically important that when we get the resource, we use it with fidelity. Teachers are able to use it with fidelity when they are adequately trained and have the coaching to utilize the resource and to also collect the data that gives them feedback to determine how they continue to modify their instruction. So one way in which this will be monitored is through our observation and feedback tool that was previously purchased, DigiCoach. Additionally, we will continue to provide training and coaching to administrators and staff on best instructional practices while also moving towards a district-wide instructional schedule that outlines the expected time in which students will be engaged in core content through whole group, small group, and independent practice. Another question you may have is, what are we putting in place as we work towards decreasing the events in our Big Five data? We are moving towards the full implementation of a multi-tiered system that supports the whole child at many levels. We will continue our work and training with KISA while also developing those partnerships that provide supports around attendance, social emotional learning, restorative justice, cultural pedagogy, as research continues to display to us that when students do not feel recognized, have a voice, while feeling safe and secure in their environment, limited learning will take place. So those are the questions that I brought about. Are there any additional questions that I may be able to answer for you?
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for the information. Ms. Page?
With the discipline part, do you have a plan? Are you working on a plan? How do we involve parents and community in that process to make sure that it works?
So one of the things I will work closely with our student service department to, first of all, kind of determine how we want to outline a district-wide discipline protocol and methods. Part of, again, getting our community involved, we need to start with our students and having some conversations as to why things are taking place. But we also realize that we will need to provide additional training to our staff when it comes to the multi-tier system that incorporates components outside of academics. We hone in on academics, but until we provide the training around, again, those restorative justice practices, our school-wide discipline plans, we may not see the progress that we are looking forward to. So again, that partnership is going to take place with our student services department because we have to incorporate counselors, social workers, all the other supports within our systems and everyone being at the table and understanding collectively how we will address the behaviors.
Because most of the main speaker Sunday, his whole thing was, you got to look at the whole person. It's one thing to have them here, but what's happening over here is having such a dynamic effect over here that you can't separate the two. But I just wondered, you're working on it, how do we get them in so that we don't have what happened today?
And I understand, and I will take the question in consideration and make sure we follow up because that will be more dialogue coming from our student services department as, again, we support the whole child, as you just stated.
And then I know Ms. Hutton came and presented some things, and they were talking about things they were trying to do. We didn't hear any more about that. And I'm not saying you know that part, but we need to know. They came in and talked about what they were going to do. Can we incorporate that? I'm not asking for a response. I'm just saying, can we incorporate? They talked about a lot of things. What are we doing? And how are we including that with what you're doing? Because that's still part of student services too.
To clarify, I just want to make sure that Ms. Page is speaking about the Enough is Enough initiative and some of the community feedback that we heard from. I believe they hosted 4 sessions, and there were student involvement with that as well, a student advisory group. So there may be some information or data that we can pull from that in terms of what was being worked on.
And we have all these groups, community groups, and then depends on what you believe about the ESSER funds and where it's supposed to go. But they have programs. We just got to figure out how do we incorporate it all in so that we can help our kids. And that's that whole person again.
Thank you. Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you. And I don't know if this is a question for you, Dr. Stubblefield, or for you, but when we increase or even our security, are they included in these conversations with the counselors and things like that so they become for lack of a better word, part of that school family?
Yeah, so when we, my expectation, in which I would have to verify with the building principals, is that when we train them around restorative practices, when they're doing that information, that they are a part of those conversations and a part of those trainings. Can I, with 100% certain, say that that's happening? I can't, but I know we're putting systems in place to make
Right.
sure that all of those staff members are included and are a part of those trainings. And when it's not possible, we are providing the training to them at a different time so that they all have the same foundation around the approach when interacting with our students.
I mean, because we all believe the safety of all are important, but I haven't heard that from us, that as we increase our numbers of security partners, I would just call them that they, I don't think they move, do they, from school to school?
Sometimes, I think it depends.
But at our high schools or
Yeah.
middle schools?
I can't answer that with certain, but sometimes they do, like you may have someone at this campus that ends up over at that campus, which is why we're just foundationally saying this is what you can expect from all of our schools.
Right.
So the training that we are providing as we onboard them or at different times with staff, it is consistent for that foundational component. And then as they connect to the schools, they may have some things a little different, but foundationally, if we're saying this is our approach, all of our staff has been trained in that.
Right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
I just got one.
Yeah, please.
You know,
Dr.
we
Wynn.
used to have incident reports. Is that a policy we have, or is that a practice, or what?
We still have, Mr. Linkus is nodding. I'm not really familiar, but he was nodding, so I'm going to have him.
So good evening, Board. I didn't plan on coming up, but happy to see you all. In regard to the first question about security, we do have assigned officers and SSAs at the high schools. You may see a shift if there is someone who's out for family reasons or personal, so we do try to stay consistent with the officers and officials that are there. In regard to the incident reports, when we do have incidents that do happen and take place, those incident reports are sent in by the principal or a member of the administrative team. Those reports are then shared with myself and a few other people within the district. The IIO is also part of that, and we do have access to those as a cabinet. So the incident reports are still being done at the school level, or if there was an incident on the bus, there could be an incident report done there. So we do have that data, and we can pull that.
The board used to receive notice if there was an incident, and that's, I
So
just
there may
wondered.
be a gap in communication and processes, because I actually am not sure how to access. So if it was me if it was my responsibility to communicate with the board, there's a gap there, and so I'll loop back around to my team to see where I should be accessing it and where it should be going. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for the information. Board, if you have questions or comments as they arise as you review the information, again, please direct those to Dr. Stubblefield. We're going to take a quick 10-minute recess before we continue on with our agenda. So as Dr. Turan prepares to come up, we'll take a quick 10-minute recess and be back at 6:01. Thank you. right, thank you. We will come back to open session. Thank you for allowing us to take stretch our legs. We will continue on with our agenda. Next up on our agenda is an update regarding our bond. Board, please recall, so I'll invite Dr. Turan up to the microphone. Board, at our last special board meeting, Dr. Turan and staff gave us an update regarding our current bond, that we still have some remaining bond funds available, and they are asking for direction on those dollars, on how best to use those dollars. You have the PowerPoint in your agenda, so hopefully you had a chance to review that again. There are some recommendations from staff in terms of how we can use those dollars. Tonight, we will continue the conversation. There will not be any action expected tonight, but rather just for us to be able to discuss some of those recommendations that were provided to us at the last special board meeting, to ask any clarifying questions or any questions that you may have. And we will likely bring this back to our December board meeting in order to provide some guidance to staff on how to best use those remaining bond funds. So with that, I'll ask Dr. Turan if he would like to just briefly give us an update from the last conversation, and then we will open it up to questions and board discussion. Thank you, Dr. Turan.
Good evening, President Lopez and Superintendent Stubblefield and Board of Education. Thank you so much. And since we looked at this a little bit over a week ago, there are no changes from where what we presented at that time. I would say that something that is occurring because of the funding that has been available for the district to access through ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and soon to be ESSER 3, it does provide us with an opportunity to do some things related to the pandemic and all that occurred and the after effects of that. And we're finding more and more how that works and how that complements our leftover fund and other funds, and as we kind of plan for future needs, which we know that the bond you had from 2016, to my understanding, was able to accomplish beautiful things in the school district, but there are some things that were not able to be done to, I believe, to the tune of maybe $100 to $150 million worth of improvements. But as of right now, from that last bond, we believe there is the availability of about $6,787,371. And with that in mind, then, what has already been decided by the board previously to me coming here was this right here, New Stanley, the parking lot, TS Edison parking lot. And then we thought we would do the units, the air return units with out of this, but we were able to say we think, well, we were able to do that with ESSER 2 funding. One thing that was, I believe, approved, I think that's why it is on this list, was the Bethel remodel for repurposing to an early childhood program at $1.2 million, and we shared a little bit more about that with you as we had more information. The Carl B. Bruce Field surrounding that complex, beautiful possibilities for that, and that's $3,194,013. So we showed you this in blue and in red as possibilities, but there's a lot of input to be gotten here, and we areas we feel comfortable recommending for maybe consideration at next meeting is the remodel of Bethel. You've already added some impetus to that with a $1.2 million, we believe, to do the things we need to do. It's about $1.1 million. It's possible that it might cost slightly more than 1.12. It may be 1.1. I'm sorry, 1.11. It may be up to 1.3 more that we need because of some abatement that we may have to do. I'm qualifying that. We're just learning that now even from the last time we presented to you. But we would recommend that at this time. We also think that the land purchase for future build for Central Middle School and how that develops is yet to be determined, but we think that's a really good goal and think we ought to go with that. Mr. Covington presented also the purchase building across from Schlegel Stadium and renovate Fairfax, the alternative to suspension program. And we put two asterisks by Washington High School elevator tower, and that's an expensive project, but to my understanding, I have not physically put my eyes on it, but my understanding is we do not have an elevator that services at all 3 floors, I believe, of the building. And that seems to be something that needs to be done in a good time. A piece that I've spent quite a bit of time looking at since my brief time in the district is modular classrooms. More and more districts have, and you did, a lot of kind of reducing the number of modular classrooms. And I would strongly recommend, whether in the next bond, however we can do it, to pursue that at any opportunity. And I think in some of the projections for what we can do in the future, and we'll have a demographic and enrollment study fairly soon, and that will really help us to see where are our populations, where are they going, and there was already a foreshadowing with the leftover projects that were not done of some possible consolidation of some buildings, smaller buildings that are close to each other, maybe redistricting and doing some things like that. We have some modular units that are fairly new and they're in pretty good shape. There's some that are in good shape, but some that really, we've gotten our worth out of them. And they are not easy to keep up. And if we ever have to move them, there's a lot of work that have to be done. So, but it's possible that we may find a way to, at least part of that, to look at how that can be funded, and it's too premature to know, but we're looking at that carefully. The other thing we put Eisenhower Stadium, and using that area that's also with the United Government, the field that's there. It's a lovely place and some great possibilities for that. So that's where we're at today. We know that likely you have some really good recommendations to also share, and we're ready to hear whatever you want to share, because ultimately you'll be deciding what we do.
Thank you, Dr. Turan. So before I open up for questions, again, board, just a reminder, so tonight is just for a conversation, discussion, and really to start thinking about giving guidance to our administration about how to use the remaining $6.8 million of bond balance. You have in front of you on the slide some recommendations. It looks like there's some that have asterisks next to them, which are highlighting some of the recommendations from administration. I would caution the board, or just to refrain from speaking about specific land purchases and or specific organizations in open session, but otherwise I would open it up to discussion from all of you regarding the recommendations, and if there are other thoughts or ideas on how best to use the remaining bond balance, that is up for discussion as well. So, Ms. Page.
Yes, I would like to see us go into some of these older schools and do something with their water fountains and their restrooms. It doesn't make sense. Some of them have water fountains and restrooms that were there when some of my relatives went to the schools, especially the ones that haven't been remodeled, and it doesn't make sense. They're leaking, there's some problems, and they need to make sure that those water fountains are up to par and those restrooms are not, the toilets aren't leaking at the bottom, and we want the kids to be safe, and they deserve to be able to go to the restroom and get a drink of water and not have a problem.
Well, I wonder if water fountains will become obsolete with the the state of the current pandemic, and I haven't seen water fountains. But I agree. I mean,
Well,
there
but
are
they got
restrooms
them
and
now where
there
they
are
can
other
just
ways
take
to do it
bottle.
with
Yeah.
the bottle.
They have a water,
Yeah.
but they need that instead of, they still got the ones you put your foot on them, and then we've repaired some, but they really need to go back and look at those.
So one of the things, Ms. Page, which that's where some of these things will intersect, is as we started to get feedback on the surveys on how we should allocate the ESSER dollars, that did come up. And so when we bring it back to the board, one of the things that we would say that is a direct relation to COVID that we can take is to replace our water fountains with those that will fill water bottles. So we could earmark it, we can get the cost, but we would, after, we finalize it, that will be a part of our recommendation, is to update our water fountains and to look at our bathrooms to make sure that there's appropriate spacing and that the water temperatures and those kind of things are in alignment with the mitigation strategies that are recommended. Those were some of the higher level conversations that I actually had with Dr. Turan after feedback. So we can look at it as a priority, but if we can pay for it out of that funding, that may allow us to do it more equitably in all of our schools. That is allowable, yeah.
Ms. Humphries?
You mentioned here the M.E. Pearson modular classrooms. I would like to know how many of our schools have modular classrooms now, because I know Whittier has them, and New Stanley has them, but how many other buildings have them?
Yes, ma'am. I am almost close to visiting all of them. I think it's about 10 or 12 schools, but I do know Pearson has them, New Stanley, as you mentioned, Ware has them, Lindbergh has them.
Lindbergh, yeah.
Sumner has them, Central has them, Whittier has them. Some are in very good shape, and some I've been in and talked to some staff, and as they would in almost any district I've ever worked, they take a lot of work to maintain.
And they give a security concern plus sanitation concerns, because I don't think any of them have restroom facilities in them. So we have children going from a modular classroom into the main building to use the restroom. So
Yes.
that's something, it's not something that we can fix overnight, but I would like to see a comprehensive list of which schools are still using modulars and how many we have.
We will certainly get that to you. I'm kind of going the line and going to do visits, and I have been in several of them. So we will get that.
May I interject?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Doug Clements,
Yes, Doug.
Director of Physical Properties, and we can certainly get you that list. Good evening, President Lopez and Dr. Stubblefield and Board. We have, if memory serves me right, we have 6 elementary schools that are using modular classrooms. And if I could pop them off here, I would. Central Middle School and Sumner. So a total of 8 schools have modular classrooms. And most of those do have plumbing.
Well, I was at Central and they didn't have it, nor did we have a restroom.
Well, Doug, you said they have plumbing, but not, that doesn't necessarily mean restrooms. That may be sinks, or is that restrooms?
Most of them in Central may not. And like I said, I'd have to get clarification on that, but
I
yeah,
was
most of them.
there for 5 years. We didn't have a drinking fountain, we didn't have a restroom. I can tell you that, and it's still the same way. So I remember standing in the cold and the rain and the snow.
Yes.
Thank you, Doug. Other thoughts?
Did I-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not.
Ms. Clark, go ahead.
Did I miss, Renovate Fairfax, I'm curious on, Fairfax is now at White Church,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes.
Did I miss, have we touched base with them to see their needs since they moved, or I'm trying to connect the dots here? And if I missed it, then I'm okay with you calling me out.
We did not, I don't know how much Mr. Covington spoke about Fairfax. I don't recall at the last meeting in September when he kind of went over his list in blue that we added to a little bit. We think there's a good solution for that program. We're really trying to figure out whether doing things to that site is the best thing, and at this point, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay.
But we may have other buildings, especially if we go with the demographic study, and if we go to some point in the future towards a bond, it may open up some other facilities that would be good for the program.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Dr. Nguyen?
Yes, thank you. And when we were at Quindaro and looking at the water fountain and the bathrooms, but also the lighting. So if we could look at some of these older schools that did not get the rebuild or remodel, the lighting.
And you're referring to lighting, not necessarily, tied to restrooms, but lighting in general.
In general, because
Yes.
in the library
Yes.
essentially is next to the restrooms at Quindaro. It's an
Okay.
open concept, and it was dim.
Okay.
So, if we can replace the lighting for X million in the gyms, we can surely replace the lighting where the learning is going on.
Yes, yes. Doug, do you have any quick kind of thing on lighting?
Yeah, on the lighting, actually, all of the schools also did receive that LED upgrade. The contractor that put those in, Excel Energy, installed over 43,000 fixtures, whether that was retrofit, new fixtures, and that was in all buildings, all the classrooms throughout.
Well, then, when you get a chance, go visit the library at Quindaro. And,
Certainly will, yes.
And I don't believe that, if that's new lighting, then we're in trouble. Thank you.
Doug, yes, excuse me, ma'am. Yes, we will. Doug and I will put that, and we'll go out there together.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may say on restrooms and water fountains, that we hope that maybe some of the funding that we may be able to avail could be used and therefore open the funds for other things. But since I knew that was something that you were requesting, Doug and I spent quite a bit of time trying to prioritize the schools that have the most need for water fountains and also for restrooms, and there's a lot. And then I think in the request it said remodel some restrooms, but we kind of saw two basic options. One is just the plumbing, the sewing, the main fixtures, but then there's also remodeling so that more aspects of the bathroom become, the stalls, flooring, the lighting, all those things. And we have an estimate that the leftover funds from the bond could be used for some of that, and we could do quite a bit. We believe that, for instance, for water fountains, and Doug, correct me if I'm wrong, about $100,000 would probably take the needs in 10 schools with water fountains.
That's correct. Our plumbing foreman informs me, we've been actually have been trying to replace water fountains on a fairly regular basis. So we have 10 schools that have not had those schools, and the ones you're mentioning are some of those, of course, that still need to have their regular water fountains replaced. And so that would be the estimate to replace those. I will also, if you don't mind, take the opportunity to say that we have through the, before ESSER, we were trying to get at least one bottle filler installed in every single school building. We're about to finish that up, and I'm sorry, I can't tell you how many more we have to go. But then in the ESSER 2, Mr. Covington and you all approved the installation of a second bottle filler. So we'll be coming back around and installing a second bottle filler in all schools and all locations.
I do have a question. The transportation, And some other areas was discussed as needing updated as well. Do you guys have an estimate on that?
Could you, I'm sorry, Dr. Yeager, could you repeat that one more
The
time?
restrooms at the transportation.
Thank you, Janie.
Thank you, Janie.
You know, I don't have a solid, and if you don't mind, Dr. Tran, I'll defer to you. But I don't have a solid estimate for that. We'd have to figure out where we could put a freestanding structure next to. I think we could do that. It wouldn't have to be a huge structure, you know, so I'm thinking off the top of my head, we could probably do something there for 500,000 to 750,000 if we use our normal cost per square foot and build even a 1,000 square foot building to house restrooms for the drivers. What we're doing as an interim, I'll let you know, is our staff we're installing some card reader access over to the restrooms and access into the gate in the concession stand at the neighboring Schlegel Stadium. So we'll have all of those restrooms available, and like I say, on an interim basis for the bus drivers to use until we decide to do this. And we'll have that done hopefully fairly soon.
And don't forget that there's a lack of number of facilities available at the regular transportation office.
Absolutely right. Yes, you're correct. Yeah. And can I add one more thing? And again, I promised Dr. Duran I wouldn't say anything until he called on me, you know. But if I can go back to the question about Fairfax, and I apologize, but I think what Dennis had intended on that was the actual Fairfax building down on 9th Street, which right now is not being utilized any program in the district. That building also was built as a completely open concept building. And in about 2008, they came in and built walls and really impacted the airflow and HVAC systems in there. And so I had received an estimate from an engineer of a little over $600,000 to correct that. But that's the last estimate I've got on the actual Fairfax building. So I don't really know what his intent possibly might have been, but I think that was the actual building that he had listed on there as doing something with Fairfax.
Dr. Nguyen?
Dr. Stubblefield, Dr. Turan, have you had time to look at the federal infrastructure bill? When Ms. Drew and I were part of the advocacy early in the year, they noted opportunities in there for schools. Have you had time to look at some of the provisions?
I have not,
Right.
no.
I have not either. That's exciting. Thank you for sharing that. Get on that.
Ms. Page?
Yeah, and I was wondering, what are we gonna do with Parker? Our vacant buildings? Are we gonna use them, do something with them? Alternative school? I don't know, but that's my question. What are we got these environmental wastes that are just sitting there. So could they be used for something else? What are we doing with those buildings?
We have not, I mean, there have been some interest in ideas around some of those buildings from some community and other partners, and there has not been any formal presentations or anything put together, but internally, as a district leadership team, because Mr. Turan is an interim, we really have not explored the possibilities of the buildings that are not currently in use.
Okay, so just to move the conversation along, I think, thank you for the information. Thank you, board, for the conversation. Again, I think this is helpful for us in order to help give guidance to our administration about how best to use some of the bond balance that remains. I think there's some really good work that could happen. I think for me, what might be helpful is, I know I see this list in front of us on the slide, but maybe potentially, and board, let me know if this is something, that would help you as well as we're making decisions, maybe looking at, if those are the top three, the ones with asterisks, giving us some options of, again, what would option A look like? And this is what would entail in that project and here's the cost, and I know it's an estimate, and then option B, including, some of the restrooms and water fountains or, lighting or whatever the case may be, and giving the board a few different options to maybe look at and the potential costs. And I think that might be helpful for us so we can react to something, taking into account some of the conversation and suggestions that were given tonight. So maybe between now and the next conversation, that might be something we could have presented to us or given to us ahead of time to review. But board members, if you have other things that you think would be helpful for us as we make any kind of decisions to help guide staff, because ultimately we need to make a decision and give staff guidance on how to move forward. So, but if there's anything else that you would find helpful, other information, please let us know. Send that to Dr. Stubblefield and Mr. Turan, and we can get you that information. But this will come back again as we need to give guidance to staff. Dr. Nguyen.
And I think I asked this before, there's no time limit. These $7 million are safe.
I am pretty sure that there's no time dollar. Doug or Tracy, do you know what time limits we have?
If Tracy's on here, I am not also aware of any kind of time constraints from the bond itself. I'll take the opportunity to say that some of these things, depending on the extent of what might get chosen, say, for example, if we were going to do an addition to one of the buildings, there's a certain constructability, there's Tracy, constructability in timing as far as getting plans drawn up, approval from the city, and then getting the thing bid in a time period that we could actually build it with kids in those buildings. So that would be the only time constraint from my perspective.
But not that we have
See,
to.
Tracy's on here.
Yes, not that we have to spend these funds before a certain time. We're not aware, but we will check on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Turan, I will add that we do have a certain time limit, but we are well within that time frame. There are like different steps that you have to spend a certain dollar amount during that time frame, but we're doing fine.
Can we find that out to know for sure? Because we don't want it to just run up on us and then we're just looking.
So do we have, I'm sorry, ma'am. Yes, I agree. I apologize. Do we have 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years? Which one?
Right, I will confirm that, but I think it's a very lengthy time period because the whole thing is that you have to spend a certain amount within those first few years, but then after that, there's no limitations. But I will confirm that and pass that on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, we'll get that information out to the board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Turan. Okay, so we will continue with our agenda. Next on our agenda, item 11, policy review. First up, board, you have in front of you KASB policy updates. We have our first read. So if you recall, you have received this information previously in an email, and I will pass it along to Mr. Goheen.
Sure. A couple different things. I think on the agenda, it simply shows the recommendation pamphlet from KASB. There was an email that had gone out to the board members, I think back October 27th, that had the modified versions of the district's policies based on the recommendations from KASB. And I think the second email went out tonight because that wasn't uploaded onto the document for you guys to look at. But we had handouts that we gave you with the different versions of those, I think, at the last meeting. Just want to walk through a couple of these real quickly, and they are ready. The ones that we are recommending are ready for a first read approval. There's one that I don't have an opinion on one way or the other, and that's DC, which is a recommended change by KASB. I can tell you what the differences are between our current policy and KASB's recommended policy and explain that, but it really comes down to a board decision on how you want to handle the one difference between the policies. So DC is the annual operating budget policy that is adopted by the board, and you currently have that in place. The changes that are recommended by KASB appear on the first page of the policy, and they remove a section that says, or remove a sentence that says, all superintendent and staff recommendations will be presented to the board no later than the last regular board meeting in June. And then they also add, or they modify a sentence in the very next paragraph that says a preliminary draft of the district's budget will be submitted to the superintendent within a timeline that allows the district to comply with all statutory deadlines, and removes language that says to the board no later than the last regular board meeting in July of each year. The reason for that change in language by KASB is to account for some changes to the legislative statutes that deal with annual operating budgets and allow for greater flexibility, so that if it needs to be earlier than that or later than that, as long as it meets the statutory requirements, it's okay. That's not where the policy differs between what you guys currently have and what KASB recommends. That appears on the very last page, last paragraph of the document. USD 500's policy, the last sentence reads, the superintendent shall provide regular fiscal reports to the board, whereas KASB's draft or model policy says the superintendent shall review the accounting system with the board. So it's that last sentence that is a difference between what the KASB policy is and what the district's policy is. And I think that's a decision for the board. It's not a legal issue. It is just a question of which language you prefer, or if you want different language. So that's why I don't have a recommendation one way or the other, because I think it does come down to a board decision on how you want that to go. So I would entertain any questions about that particular policy. The rest of them I've got recommendations on one way or the other, but I want to make sure the board tells us what they want the first policy read to be on this, or if you guys want to leave it as is, or whatever the board's preference is on this particular one, because I don't have a strong recommendation one way or the other. I do think you should adopt the change that KASB is recommending as it relates to the last regular board meeting in June. I think you should remove that, because I think it needs to have more flexibility based on the statutory change. But it's that last sentence that I don't know how you guys want to handle it. I do have extra copies of the paper copy if anybody needs them.
Mr. Gohan, do most people align theirs with KSAB?
Most people align them with KASB, but remember, KASBs are model policies, and so a lot of times they'll make variations depending upon how big the district is or how small the district is, or if you guys have a particular process that you have adopted that you prefer for your district, as long as it doesn't depart from the legal requirements, then you're certainly allowed to do that. And the most important thing is sometimes KASB will have language in their policies that differ from what the practice is in the school district. So you don't want to adopt a policy unless you're going to comply with it, I guess is the best way to put it. So like I said, here, you guys have in policy right now that the superintendent shall provide regular fiscal reports to the board. The KASB policy doesn't have that in it. It just has that the superintendent shall review the accounting system with the board. So if that's something that's important to this board, that you continue to get regular fiscal reports by policy, then you should keep the current version. That's the difference.
Randy, I would like to make a motion that we accept the updates as recommended by KA as the board attorney.
Okay, so motion to accept the recommended language from KASB on this policy. There's a second by Ms. Drew. I'll open it up to questions or discussion.
And I think this is just for first read as opposed to a formal.
The first read.
For first read. Questions?
I think we should leave it the way it is.
Thank you. Anyone else, questions or discussion? Dr. Nguyen?
I guess it's a question for Greg. Would not reviewing the accounting system include fiscal reports?
That's a good question. I think that reviewing the accounting system is not the same as reviewing a fiscal report, which I would view a fiscal report to be an actual report of the school district's finances as opposed to reviewing the accounting system to be explaining to you what the accounting system is for the school district. That's how I would read it.
Right, so, okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Not, there's a motion to accept as a first read recommended language from KASB. Ms. Downing, would you do a roll call vote?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right, so does the board prefer that I take each one by one, or do you want to do them as a group from this point? Because we have recommendations we've made on the rest of them.
One by one.
One by one? I saw at least one by one, so we'll do it that way. The next policy is EE, and I would recommend you make the changes for this. The recommended changes by KSB are, frankly, reflect, and they appear on the second page if you've got the handheld version or online, either way. It's what's in red, and it deals with making meals available for remote learning on days when there's severe weather. Now, obviously, we know that there's not remote learning in the sense that we had last year, but there is always the possibility that we could end up with some sort of remote learning situation again due to a COVID related situation, and this just by policy would allow or permit the district to provide meals to students on those situations. So that's why I think you should adopt it.
I make a motion that we adopt the policy as recommended by our legal.
Second.
Motion and a second. Questions or discussion?
I do have.
Ms. Clark.
I want to get clarification on this one because I don't know what our staff, I'm thinking about our staff and on inclement weather days, they are not in, so adopting this policy now means that we would have to have staff available. I want to make sure.
Yeah, so in the last paragraph, I don't know if it's the last one, but the last paragraph on, I don't know what page, it says, if the superintendent determines it's safe to provide the meal service on these days, schools' meals will be provided. So it would be, I think here they had tier days, like some days it was too cold for kids to stand on the bus stop or buses wouldn't start, but staff would still come. So it probably would be, if it's a remote learning day and staff is already reporting, where there will be some discrepancy is typically food service people do not. So that would be a change. And I would have to work with Josh and Lenore around that, but what it does is gives us the flexibility to provide the meals if we're able to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't require it. It gives the option to the superintendent.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen?
Just a comment. I'm surprised KASB used the term remote learning.
And that is something we could change in our policy. And it's a good point because the legislature has taken the word remote out of the vernacular for what we can call learning in that situation. So, you know, that's a modification we could make if we want to.
And I'll offer, just because I've been in some other discussions, the reason it is called remote is, you know, you can do up to the 40 hours without having to come to the board. And one of the conditions to do it or whatever is weather related. Because on those particular days, if students are out and we're asking them to engage in learning, it would be remote. But it just, so I think that's why they use the term remote, because it actually would be remote learning, not if there's no school and they don't have to engage in logging in and that kind of thing. It's what my understanding based off some other conversations around it. On what we will do for snow days this year. will, in conversations with other superintendents and districts around what it means if you call a remote day, what are the obligations around providing meals and keeping track, and then making sure that you don't go over those 40 hours, or if you do, making sure that you bring up each individual student's name to the board for approval.
Okay, so help me understand what you just said. On snow days, this would not apply.
If we just say it's a snow day and we're not asking kids to log in and do any work, then this wouldn't apply. If we say, so we have like 4 or 5 snow days built into our schedule. If we have a really bad winter and we get to day 6 or 7 and we're like, we don't want to extend the school year or change the Wednesdays, we may say from here on out, they're remote learning days.
Okay.
So here's the schedule that we would have to implement in order to be in compliance, mainly around keeping track of students, but even more complex is those sped students' minutes would have to be met if it's a remote learning day. So that, honestly, we probably wouldn't explore a remote learning day unless we ran out of the number of
Snow
built-in
days.
snow days that we have in.
But normal snow days, we do not provide food.
No.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions or comments. Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call vote?
Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
So the next policy that we have is GAAC, which is the sex harassment policy as it relates to employees. Our policies on sex harassment and discrimination differ slightly from KASB's in that we adopted a policy, I think it was policy AH, to globally address all discrimination in one policy. We have maintained policies GAAC as well as the other ones that KSB adopts, but they all kind of funnel back into the AH. However, the language that KSB is making recommendations for really is designed to clean up and make GAAC more broad in its application and not limited to specific things. So for example, the first language change they suggest says sexual harassment of employees or students of the district in any district education program or activity is strictly prohibited. And they've taken out the limiting language that said by board members, administrators, certificated personnel, students, vendors, or anybody else having business or contact with the school district. And they've just made it a statement that says, look, it's prohibited regardless of who does it. So I think the changes that they are making broaden the application of the harassment policy, and I think for that reason you should adopt it.
I move to accept the first read of the policy as recommended.
Second.
Questions or comments? Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, the next policy is GAACA, which is the race discrimination and harassment policy and also disability. And KSB is making the same recommended language changes to this policy that they did for the sex harassment policy, and for the same reasons we would recommend adopting that policy change.
Move to accept the first read as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Downing?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries.
KSB did make a recommendation to change proposed model policy GAF. We do not recommend that you make that change. Their change narrows the application of GAF. So I don't think you need to make a motion, but if anybody wants to take a look at that, it is in the packet that KSB recommended. I think the way you've got your policy language drafted right now is better suits the district and provides broader protection. The next one that we do have recommendation for the change is board policy IDAA. Our policy differs a little bit from KSB's policy. I don't recommend that you, I recommend you keep the policy the same as it currently is, except the only change they're doing is to add a reference to another board policy in the caption, which is policy AEB. I don't see anything wrong with doing that, so I'd recommend you make that change to your policy.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Downing, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Motion carries.
The next policy change that KSB had recommended was to JDD. That was just to correct a misspelling in their model policy. We had caught that when we adopted it originally, so it's no longer, I mean, we have a correct spelling, so there's no reason to make that change. The next one that we have a recommended change to is the board policy JGEC. That is the student version of the sex harassment policy. KSB makes the same recommended changes to this policy that they did to the policy that applied to personnel for sex harassment. And for the same reasons, we would recommend that the board adopt that policy change to JGEC.
I make a motion, we accept first read for policy JGEC.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Downing?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Okay, the next policy is board policy JGECA, which is the student version of the race and disability harassment policy. And KSB is making the recommendation that you make the same changes to this policy as were recommended to the policy for personnel for race and disability harassment discrimination. And for the same reasons, we would recommend that you make those policy changes.
Move to accept first read of JGECA as presented by legal.
Second.
Questions? Ms. Downing?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Thank you.
That's the extent of the KSB recommended policies. We did have one other policy when we had the initial policy discussion where there was a recommended language change, and that was policy FC. And this policy deals with the naming rights or naming of facilities. And when we reviewed that policy with the board in conjunction with setting up a committee for the examining or looking at renaming certain facilities, there was a suggested change that in the second paragraph, it says naming new facilities whenever a new property is to be named. The board may solicit community input and shall make a final decision regarding the same. The recommended change was to change that language from may to shall. That would make the policy more internally consistent because later on you have other provisions within the same policy that use the word shall in conjunction with getting community input. So To make it consistent throughout the policy, the recommendation would be to make it shall throughout the policy.
Need a motion? Okay, I don't.
I would move to accept that recommended change to policy FC.
Second. I'll work together.
Any questions or discussion? Not Ms. Downing?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
Was that a yes, Dr. Yeager?
Yes, Dr. Yeager, yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thank you.
And that's it for the KSB recommended policies. Changes.
Thank you. Next on our agenda is just a generic board policy discussion. Board, as a reminder, we had received some suggested reviews of policies, and so if you had any, we asked you to send those to myself and Dr. Stubblefield. We've sent those to Mr. Goheen to review. So today's just a conversation about which of those policies were being looked at or were brought up by the board.
So I wanted to go through a couple of these, and we had about, I think, around 7 that were brought up as discussion items, and obviously we're happy to look at any others that you want to take a look at. And I've got current copies of some of these policies for the board to have, and obviously they're on the board docs if you need to take a look at them. And in no particular order, one of the policies that was brought up as a discussion item was the student transportation policy. And I did bring a handout, not just of the policies that relate to student transportation, but also the participation consent waiver form that the board has. And I might make sure everybody's got this, because I'm not sure the consent waiver form's out there. I think I need one more there. So the issue for the discussion point on this particular set of policies, and what I've handed out to you is a sort of a compilation of the different policies that impact student transportation. The question was, with respect to certain activities, including student internships and perhaps athletic or academic activities, whether students could transport themselves to internships, college classes, et cetera. This particular board, not this current iteration of it, but a while back, in conjunction with, there was an automobile accident where some students were injured driving to an activity, and then at that point, the board made the decision to not allow students to drive to activities. And so your policies do differ from other school districts in this regard. That's the reason that policy change was made. There were some issues or concerns about whether the drivers were insured in terms of driving to those events, whether they could transport other students. And for that reason, your policies don't allow or permit for this type of student transportation as it currently exists. If that is something that you guys want to take a look at and look into changing that, and there may be reasons to do that because of need with the college internship programs or other activities in order to provide that transportation opportunity, certainly something you can do. The majority of school districts do allow or permit transportation, students who are licensed to drive to transport themselves to activities, but that's the reason why you guys changed from that. And when I say you guys, I mean the board, the school district made that modification was in response to that accident, which was a number of years ago now. But that's the rationale behind why this district changed that.
Mr. Goheen,
Yes.
let's say I'm a parent and I want my child to drive, and I fill this out, does this waiver form, does that still free the board from any liability?
It's the best we can do, but it doesn't necessarily do so, because what would happen is if there's an accident or incident and a student were to get injured, they could still make a claim. The waiver would be something we would offer up to defend against the claim and say, well, you signed off on this. Well, that would depend on a lot of different factors. If the student was driving and the district was aware of some problem the student was having, for example, that would probably not be covered under the consent form. Or, there could be a whole host of other reasons why that might not come into play, but it's the best we can do to try to get rid of any obligation the district might have in that circumstance. And students, if they're going to certain activities, and the case that happened there, it went all the way up to the Kansas Supreme Court because there was a KCKPS insurance policy that for participating in KCKPS, there's an accident policy, and the argument by the KCKPS insurance was that because the district was allowing the students to drive, that it wasn't insured under that policy. And your policy at the time authorized students to transport themselves, which the court said that brought them under the policy. Well, now that insurance policy has changed to where they wouldn't be covered. So this all ends up being about trying to get coverage for accidents should they occur. That's what it ends up being. But I totally understand the need potentially for students to be able to transport themselves to certain activities. And if that's something that the board wants to look at, what we would try to do is we would try to come up with the best policy we could to protect the district and also allow for those types of opportunities to take place.
So right now, the current policy just covers us taking them and not them driving themselves.
That is correct.
Okay.
Under the current policy, students are not allowed to transport themselves to any sports activities or after school or internships or things of that nature.
That's correct.
So potentially, there's also a cost savings if we're not having to transport students to every single activity. If there's one student at an internship, site. So there's also potential cost savings there if we didn't have to transport all students.
Could we get a sample of the policies in our surrounding districts?
Certainly.
I think as we continue to
Thank
work
you.
on, sorry, Dr. Yeager, thank you. I'm just thinking about some of our Diploma Plus, as we continue to grow that initiative and that program, and we offer more opportunities for our students. Again, I'm just thinking about transportation. I know we have a great transportation system, but as we know, there's a shortage of drivers currently. Who knows when that may change. This may allow us to some flexibility to get students out and not prohibit them or not create additional barriers to transportation.
So there's no recommended policy I have, but if the board wants to pursue this, then if you guys give us some insight as to what you want in place, then we could try to craft something to meet those needs or concerns.
Greg, is it possible if we wanted to that we could separate transportation to school-sponsored events from internship type opportunities?
Yes.
Okay.
You could divide up the policy in a lot of different ways. Some districts allow students to transport not only themselves but other students if they're going to the same activity or event. Some districts allow students only to transport themselves if they're already transporting themselves to school. In other words, like if it's an event on the weekends or an event that they don't have to drive to school to get on a bus to drive to the event, things like that. So those are the types of things you need.
Is there still a restriction under 18 of not being able to transport any other minor except for your siblings on driver's licenses?
I don't,
How would that play in
there
our
is at some
policy?
age, but I'm not sure what age that is, not at 18. You're going to have kids who are 18 who are going to be attending high school still, so those kids would be eligible to drive other drivers. I think that limitation is not 18. I think that might be 17.
I just thought that was something we would need to know when
Sure.
we talk about this.
Well, Greg, are you needing a motion or what do you need?
No, these were additional policies that we were asked to take a look at, and so I'm bringing them up in the board meeting so that all the board members are aware of what those policies are, what the reason for the current policy language is, and if the board wants to make changes to those policies to give us some direction. I'm not asking for that direction tonight. Tonight was more informational to say these are the ones that have been brought up, and let's talk about them and then get some direction on how the board wants to go.
Do you have details of the incident that changed the policy?
Sure, yeah.
Were there damages,
Yeah, one of the kids was a paraplegic after the accident, and 2 others went to the hospital.
And we assume liability, or what, how did?
We ended up being held liable, or our insurance company ended up being held liable, as did the KCKPS policy, but only after about 2 years of litigation.
So total cost for us was what?
I don't know what the total cost ended up. Your insurance paid it, but they paid policy limits on the district's policy as well as the KCKPS policy.
Is the kid still alive?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move on from that one, but again, if this is something you guys want to look at, or if administration wants to look at it, make a recommendation either way, then we could certainly change the language around. I just wanted the board to be aware of what we had.
I'd agree with Dr. Yeager. If you could provide some sample policies of other surrounding districts, that might be helpful for us to look at. Thank you.
Certainly, yeah.
And Ms. Lopez, can you tell us how much more, you have an accident, you pay out, that means your premiums are going up. So what happened after that financially for us in terms of what we paid for premiums?
Yeah, I don't know. We could find that out, though.
You said you don't know if you can find that out?
No, I don't know the answer, but we can find that out.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
That's-
Again, I hate these masks.
Okay.
I'm sure my voice is still muffled from it. The next one we had is a question about the transfer rule and when staff members can transfer from a building that they are hired or assigned to within the first 3 years of employment. So the only policies you have on transfer are board policies CBCE and GACE. And the first one, because it's a CB policy, that applies to your teachers, and the CA or GA1 provides for transfer assignment of all other employees. A couple things about this. You don't have, per se, a policy that says they can't transfer within the first 3 years of employment. That's a practice or a procedure by the district. It's not covered in your current policies. Any school employee can be assigned to any location at any time by the superintendent by statute. So that nothing about your policy changes that. You do have deadlines within the school year, the school calendar year, by which an employee can request a transfer or an assignment to a different location. And the reason for that is for planning purposes for your administration. And I think the deadline is I think it's April, it might be March, that they have to say, I want an assignment change, or I would like to transfer to a different location within the building or within the school district. So that's your current policies. I think the idea behind the not being able to or not being asked to transfer within the first 3 years is one of the criteria that's looked at when people are looking at a transfer and assignment, because if somebody transfers from building A to building B, they're creating a vacancy at a different building. So I think that's the thought process behind it. But your policies, as they currently exist, do not have that limitation in them from a policy standpoint. That's an administrative process or rule that's looked at. And I don't know that it's, I think that there are exceptions made to that depending upon the circumstances and the need that you might have at a particular building.
And
I was just going to add, it is a practice, it is something internally that we can definitely have conversations about. And this is not necessarily unique to KCK, but in some districts, they follow the same transfer deadlines that they follow for giving notice that you're not returning. This came up as a question, I know, from some teachers when I was on the listening and learning component about we're losing teachers to other districts because we won't let them transfer internally. So it's something that we were going to take a look at this year in order to recruit and retain teachers around that, because they don't automatically get to transfer. They still would have to interview with the hiring building principal. So there are some other layers in there, but that is something we were starting to discuss.
So the next one I had was the question about unencumbered funds, and we'd sent some emails and had some discussion about this a while back. I think the last round of emails that I had sent out to the board members on this were back in maybe July, or maybe there was one in July, and I think there was one in June as well. So the issue here is it basically relates to the contingency fund issue, and there is no current KSB policy on this. To this point, I'm only aware of one school district that has adopted a policy on that, and that is Shawnee Mission. Shawnee Mission sets their contingency reserve, their unencumbered operating balance fund for the contingency reserve at a range of between 10 and 15%. And they use that as a target so that they have a hard deadline in place. This all came out of a report from I'm going to have the wrong department.
Legislative post-audit.
Legislative post-audit report that made a recommendation for that level of contingency reserve, or to have the board set a level of contingency reserve, because in their report they showed that most districts had very little in the way of contingency reserve and would be in a fiscally unsound position if there were any emergency or issue. For example, I think you guys currently carry a contingency reserve that would essentially operate the district's payroll for about a month, if I'm remembering correctly. It might not be quite, it might be like 2 payroll cycles. So that's the issue that's out there on this. Not very many districts have followed the advice of the legislative post-audit. Shawnee Mission, as I said, is the only one I'm aware of, and as I currently understand it, KASB is not looking at doing it. If you're going to adopt one, I would take a look at that as part of the budget process, in all honesty. Make sure it's something that you are fiscally able to do, and then I would mirror it on Shawnee Mission's policy, which I think I provided everybody a copy with, and if not, I've got copies here tonight that you guys can take a look at. Let's see. The next issue that had come up related to board policy on student fundraisers. You don't have a specific policy on student fundraisers, but you do have a variety of policies that do impact when and under what circumstances students can raise or solicit funds at school. Those include, I'm going to try and get them all here for you. And again, I've got copies of these all pulled in case the board wants copies or board member wants copies before they leave, but they are available on board docs as well. But this is policy JK, which involves solicitations. Policy Policy KI, which is distributing materials in schools. Policy DK, which is student activity fund management, if the funds are being raised for student activities. Policy JH, which also deals with student activities. JHC, which is student organizations. And JI, which are community activities. And policy JGFB, which is supervision of students. As I understand it, the issue relates to students who are wanting to potentially raise funds or try to raise funds within the school for activities, whether they are related to school events or related to non-school events. And the district tries to, within the policies that it has, prohibit sort of solicitations or fundraising for commercial activities, viewing the school district or the school environment as a confined location, that sort of commercial fundraising should not be taking place. Fundraisers are permitted or allowed generally for student activities, but those are governed or organized by school administrators or school officials or activity sponsors. Also designed to try to not compete with one another so that you have the same fundraiser going on at the same time for two different organizations within a particular school or department within a school, if it's like athletics or something like that. You also have some prohibitions on requiring approval of administration before those take place during school hours or school events, which is a little bit different than, fundraising at a ball game or something like that, as opposed to fundraising during actual classroom activities, which you wouldn't want to allow or permit. So I wasn't entirely sure what the issue was with this one. It was brought up, though, so I wanted to point out which policies you have in place, and if there's a specific concern or issue that you wanted to look at or try to get addressed, we would happily take a look at it and try to do that. So those are the policies that are in place that deal with that issue. Let's see, we got the transfer rule. Equity in hiring, this is a policy that had come up a few years ago. There had been some discussion about that. The policy you currently have in place regarding hiring is just GACC, recruitment and hiring. Obviously, the district's non-discrimination policies would also be implicated by this. I thought there was one more, but I don't see that I have it. So that's the only policy I have that relates to it. I think that, I know this is something that the board has looked at in the past. It's certainly something that we could try to come up with a policy language if this is something the board is interested in and wants to look at. The last one I had on here, at least, no, there's two more. One was a buy local policy. So currently you have purchasing policies, and I'm going to tell you what the policy numbers are so you guys can take a look at them. It's DJE, which is just regular purchasing. Your local purchasing policy is DJEE. And you have another policy that relates to bids and quotation requirements, which is DJED. And so those are the policies you currently have in place. Your current local purchasing policy is fairly short. It simply says the purchasing agent shall make purchases from local vendors when price, availability of the product, and service are competitive with outside vendors for purchases not subject to the bidding law. The board shall not grant preferential bid percentages to local contractors or businesses except provided by statute, and statute does allow you to do a little bit of that. Minority business enterprise and women business enterprise participation is a district commitment and strongly encouraged in all facets of our business dealings. End users presenting service agreements and contracts for procurement and contract committees should expect review of their MBE and WBE efforts. So that's what your current policy provides in that regard. Again, this is something that the board wants to take a look at it. We're certainly happy to do so and to come back with some examples or modifications of what that might look like. And then the last.
Greg,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Dr. Yeager?
Greg, I have a question. We had talked about before if it was permissible for us to put something into writing to support more minority-owned businesses locally, because, you know, we use the scoring system, or I'll take example most recently at the transportation department, the decision to get a company who was a larger company rather than a small company. How can we write that so it is not discriminatory, but we're in supportive of minority local-owned businesses for those instances?
Yeah, it does get a little tricky to navigate those waters. There has to, in order to give an outright preference to a minority-owned business or a women-owned business in connection with a bidding requirement or a service requirement, you have to have either a study that shows there's an underutilization in the marketplace, which KCMO, when we last looked at this, KCMO was in the middle of trying to do a study, and it was a study that we could have then adopted or followed through to show that that the comparison of the utilization by the district in comparison to what that market study showed for the metro area was less, and if it was less, then you could use that as a reason to buttress, almost give a preference to minority or women-owned businesses in that sense. Unfortunately, the study didn't show an underutilization, so it was not able to be used as a vehicle to support giving an outright preference. You still can use those types of qualifications. In fact, in particular with respect to your federal grants and some of those programs, the federal government allows you to utilize that criteria, but you can't set up, for example, a quota system. You can't set up a outright preference. It can be a consideration. You can place requirements in the bidding requirements for utilization by the entities that you're contracting with, that they'll utilize that. But you got to be, it's a very careful line that you have to follow to make sure that you're not doing something that ends up discriminating based upon the ownership of a business. And it gets particularly difficult when you're dealing with businesses that maybe don't have a clear designation of whether they're you know, a minority-owned business or women-owned business, particularly when you get into larger entities that are corporations as opposed to smaller ones that are proprietorships or LLCs. The statutes do give you an ability to give a preference to local contractors, businesses that are within the bounds of the school district. So you have a little bit more leeway there. They simply have to, if they on a bidded project, if they're within a certain percentage, you're allowed to give them a chance to match the low bid, and then they can essentially become the contractor for that project. You also can certainly take it into account when you're looking at you know, qualifications or looking at what types of vendors you choose to do business with. But again, you can't use it as an outright criteria for it's sort of a plus factor rather than a qualifying factor. At least that's the current status of the law on it.
Well, with that in mind, I'll follow it up with the question, since you know where to go and where not to go and what to avoid and how to proceed, can you thread that needle?
I think I can.
Okay, that's all necessary.
The other question that had come up, and it's not an outright policy, but it was a board, I guess it is a policy technically, although it's not a policy in the sense it's in the policy section, related to the purchase or utilization of district funds for staff meals. There had been a board vote or action on this in connection with the budget a number of years ago, maybe not a number of years, but a couple of years ago at least, setting limits on meals. And this had come up within the context of certain grant proposals for professional development. This is how it's coming back up, is there have been some grant proposals that have been accepted that have professional development that include an allocation within those grants for provision of meals to faculty participating in the professional development. And the question raised was whether that warrants some modification or relooking at the board's decision on limiting the money spent on meals for staff or buildings in that regard. So that's the issue that popped up. So I bring that up because it's one of the ones that was on here to be considered or at least brought back to the board's attention. And I think that is it for the ones that I've received questions about or been asked to bring up from board members. But if there are any others, I'm happy to do that as well. And then from here, we just really need direction as to whether these are ones the board as a whole, or at least the majority of the board wants us to look at and bring some proposed policy changes back to the board, or what direction you're wanting to do. And again, I don't need that tonight, but those are the ones that have been brought up. Ms. Page?
Yeah, Mr. Gohan, I've had a lot of parents inquire about our transportation policy.
Okay.
I know what the state mandates 2.5, but I think our board has been a little lenient where we said, I think we're at 1.5, correct me if I'm wrong. But there are still a number of parents who are still frustrated because their kids now are walking in the dark. There are no sidewalks, and there's some other safety issues that I think we need to address that. I realize there's a shortage of drivers, but we're sending buses out to pick up kids in Independence and other places. I know that's a different program, but they're seeing that, and they would like for us to address that and finally come to some conclusion on it as best as we can.
I will add, I mean, the policy around the mileage, I think that it's definitely something the board can take up, but we have had some conversations, I've had some conversations with transportation, and there are, which we were planning to bring in January, but I can bring it forth in December, once we get it in front of the principals. There is a way to, at elementary, I believe is 0.8, and at middle school is 1.5, the secondary level, but there is a way to implement the middle school to 1 mile. But it does have some other impacts, and I can, once we let the principals get some feedback from them, share that with the board at the December meeting, so that the board can make a decision around that. But it would impact the start time of schools at various levels.
Okay. Because again, they're calling and you're trying to listen, and we don't want them to think we don't care, and they're forever quoting, you all say you care about the kids, but they're out here in this element and they need some help.
I had that one down.
Okay.
Any others?
I think the last one you mentioned, and I did not write down the letter, but we've heard about that one as well. I'm not going to state it correctly. The budget for spending and purchasing, I'm going to say lunches. Personally, I think that one needs to be revisited as well. Several of our staff members have mentioned that one to me. I can't speak for other board members.
This weekend at the KASB conference, they brought up the fact that the state of Kansas, from our governor, made a recommendation to change the language of naming mascots, especially as they relate to Native Americans. And so there is one, I believe, Shawnee Mission School District recently made updates to them with the help of their chiefs. So I would encourage us to look at policy FC to make a more streamlined process of how namings are for the schools.
Thank you. Are there others or other questions for the policies we've visited this evening? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goheen. And Board, if there are other policies, please send those to Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, and we can continue to review those. All right. So moving on with our agenda, we have reached executive session, so I would,
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Can we circle back or the mascot update?
no, we tabled that one for.
I missed it.
Yep.
Okay. thank
Nope,
you.
that's all right. Thank you. I wouldn't be surprised if I'd missed something,
have
so
missed
thank
something,
you.
so No problem.
So now I would move that the Board of Education recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under Kansas Open Meetings Act, and we would invite Dr. Stubblefield and Mr. Goheen to participate and be present with us, and with the board to return to open session at 7:40 with no action to follow.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Downing? Oh.
Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen, Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Baker, yes.
Thank you.
And staff, you can be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Downing? Yes.
Ms. Drew,
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Thank you. We're back in open session. I would now move that the Board of Education recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under Kansas Open Meetings Act, and include Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, and Robert Armstrong to be invited to be present, with the board returning for 20 minutes, going in at 7:45, and returning at 8:05. Is my math right? Thank
So
you.
moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Downing?
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. Motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Downing? Randy Lopez, yes?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Thank you. We're back in open session. I would now move that the Board of Education recess to executive session for issues to protect privacy issues of students under Kansas Open Meetings Act and invite Robert Armstrong, Mr. Goheen, and Dr. Stubblefield to be present with the board to return to open session at 8:20, going in at 8:10.
so moved.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. Thank you. Ms. Downing?
Andy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Thank you. return to open session, please?
So moved.
Seconded? Ms. Downing?
Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page. Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Dr. Yeager.
Dr. Yeager, yes.
All right, we're back in open session. Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield and staff, Mr. Hoda and your team and communications. We appreciate all your time. Ms. Downing, thank you for filling in and so gracefully tonight and helping us move along. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night.